There we go. Eh. Okay. All right. Continue where I left off, which I forgot where I left off, but we're continuing. Muppies, what you doing though today? What you doing? Nothing much. Oh, okay. You're just vibing. Nice. We're back. I don't know where, but we're here. I forgot your name, bud. I'm so sorry. I forgot your name. I just got Pupper chilling. Aww. Day 2. 5 p.m. outside the terminal. Oh, does he have to leave soon? God. Is that Phil? I can't remember his fucking name. It's names. You right? Yeah, I guess. Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. I can't remember what his fucking name is again. I can't remember who his name is, but everybody hates him. Dury? You want a Dury? What is a Dury? I'm sorry, Dury. Coffin nail? Cigarette? Oh, what the hell? Could have just said cigarette or something. Jesus Christ. I've never even heard of these two, but apparently Australia. Do you want to smoke or not? Oh, right, of course. Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. He's dead and he's smoking? I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, it really doesn't matter if he's smoking or not, but, like, it's still weird. Like, hey, you're dead and you're smoking? What? Thanks. No worries. Okay, I'm just chilling there. He looks like he's having an existential crisis, which I do not blame him. That is existential crisis stuff happening. Where are you from then? You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Oh yeah. Whereabouts? Smith Street. Bit pricey up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your avocado toast. Oh, avocado toast. As long as they're already all jacked up. Yeah, true. He's dead, and this guy is like, I don't know, he's immortal, I guess, or something. Piss off. I've got housemates. Well, nah, I know what you mean. Bit odd. Being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah? Right. Hey, what's avo toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Can't you just go out and get some, eat some, and just like eat some? I'm sure Maddie could whip it up if you asked. Maddie doesn't like him. Maddie doesn't like him. Avocados are a highly malevolent fruit. Don't trust them one bit. How are avocados a malevolent fruit? Plus, I got this whole situation. Oh, so that's what the straw was for. What's with his face? Wait, he's got the face situation or what? I don't know. You got it. So, what does it taste like? I don't know, like avocado and toasted bread. Avocado is kind of cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste. Like peas, definitely better than mushy peas. Definitely better than mushy peas, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Avocado. Avocados are malevolent fruit. Love me a bowl of peas. Like, peas are fine, but like a bowl of peas? Nah, man, you're fucking weird. What? What? Because they're the only thing you can eat through a straw? Watch yourself. What does that mean with your death council powers? First off, it's the Council of Death, not a Death Council. They're totally different things. Ooh. Secondly, you really think that's all what we do? Walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah? We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly, is all. Harassing cafe owners to settle their time debt isn't something we like to do often. So you just keep the peace? As fucking ironic as it sounds, yeah, Ned keeps the peace. Ned, that's his name. There we go. Fuck you, Ned. Dude, I know. Fucking Ned. What's up with his head, though? He doesn't, like, it's weird. So this is the situation. He just has a weird ass head on another. Sure. As it goes smoking, even though the one's dead and I think the other one isn't. I don't know. Ooh. Maddie. I love the sunrises here. They're all right. Wanna watch? You watch many sunrises, Ned? Not enough, though. Even semi-immortals need their sleep. Liminal space tends to draw liminal people. Uh, semi-immortals. Okay. I just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or rainy, there's just something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day. Feeling optimistic all of a sudden? No, I still feel like shit. Mood. How about you, Kishan? Kishan? I don't know, man. Oh. Oh, what's going on here? He's got an outline on him right now. What's this outline? Kishan? I don't feel great. Still having a lot of trouble, because I'm dead and I've only got a couple hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone here really properly understands what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea of what comes next, and that is really fucking terrifying. I mean, yeah, it is. And I'm never gonna see my friends or my boyfriend or my family again. I'm just gonna pass on and I'll never know how they'll remember me or mourn me, or if I'm even gonna be remembered as a good dude who tried his best, or if I'll just be forgotten in a year. That sucks. That also sucks with time, because after a while, like when you die, life continues going when you're dead. Even when you're dead, it kind of sucks. But that good dude who tried his best couldn't even win a freaking game of five finger fillet in the basement of a cafe that basically sits on the bank of the sticks, as far as I can tell. And God, I can't even tell if that matters. Where are the stakes? Low, high? I can't tell. I'm so disoriented and I'm trying to desperately feel something. But all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself by degrees, and and that's incredibly scary, and I don't know how to deal with it. Me too, buddy. Existential crisis, go. Yeah, fair cop. I actually came out to apologize for that, the game. Oh, for God's sake, Maddie. Have you been gambling again? Can it, Ned? Fuck you, Ned! All my homies hate Ned. His lungs are already all janked up. Keishan. I shouldn't have taken that time from you. Hi, Exo. Welcome in. Hi, how are you doing today? You took it fair and square. I don't feel like I did, so I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I usually don't do this. What's the difference this time? That's my business. Can't believe you're still swindling people out of hours to try and fix your debt. Dude, I know. That's bloody undignified, and it's a clear violation of the rules. I will banish you right now, my man. I thought you'd stop pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Che. She has to stand on the fucking to look down on him. That's funny. That's me, though. That's literally me. I'm tiny. You really think doing this is going to help you pay his debt? Yes, absolutely. And if we got any bright ideas on how to do it otherwise, I'm all ears. We should have never granted you and Che those licenses to practice. The actions of reckless necromancers make a pretty good case for the importance of occupational licensing. Damn. You're obviously failed to be responsible with them. You really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding. That's all behind me, and you know it. I've been working on doing some good for the last 100 years. With the council? Really? Yes, we maintain the balance. You know why that's important. Sure do. I don't need you moralizing at me for your ivory tower. Give it a rest, guys. But I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it. Yeah, fair. Fair. Last day on Earth card. I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about all this. I've never been to the other side. I was too afraid to leave, walked the land for decades, evading the council. That's a crime they call revency, staying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of booting me straight to the next place, Ned may have forgotten some of the sins of his past, but he's pretty sure he wouldn't be going to heaven. Or some sort of eternal punishment. The council offered me a job. Sorry, that's all stuff you didn't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. Nah, I'm just filling up empty air. You should head back inside and grab those hours back. Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now. She might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell she's at the end of her rope. And you might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in there are fond of you. You think so? Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid Ashley seems to like you. I guess. Ashley, the wired up like 13-year-old on coffee. Damn. She kind of just dragged me off and got me to hold screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go on and go inside and say hi. I got some business to go stick my nose into anyways. All right, catch you in a bit. I got some questions about the council. Poor Maddie. You know, she's trying. She's trying her best over here. Of course, I won't be out for long. Later, mate. Ooh. Hey, yo. Did you want those hours back? I guess so. It's only 4 hours. I don't think it'll make much difference. If it's okay, I'd prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around. Just Ashley? And me too, I guess. You seem pretty reluctant to admit that, my dude. Don't psychoanalyze me. Exactly. You tell. Sit still for me. Sit still for a minute. All right, lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist. Is a part of your ritual or just an excuse to hold hands? Shut up. Okay. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of the reagents required, and you probably don't care about that. True. All right. Yep. I give this time freely and without coercion. As above, so below, I maintain the balance. Hmm. That's cool. I maintain the balance. Huh. That's cool. That's it. How do you feel? I actually feel better. Feel less itchy. Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good. Right, yeah. Why does Ned get to stick around them? Does he just ignore it? The council are a special case. They're more similar to demigods or demons than they are to us. That's fascinating. Tell me about it. I'd have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks. They don't seem so bad to me. That's because you're not you've not run into any of the ridiculous rules. Mood. Bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating life force and certain standards on the treatment of spirits standards. There's got to be a more inclusive term than human rights for all of the not quite human entities that are floating around. Spectral rights. Is that why you gave me the hours back because Ned realized you broke the rules? No, that was all within the guidelines despite his blustering. I gave them back because I feel bad, that's all. That and Che told you to also. Like, Che guilt tripped you. Oh, neat. So you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it. No, dude, it's not like that at all. Not, you don't need to clarify. I get it. Seriously. Last day on Earth. Moving on. Fine, sure. I'm sorry. Al? What the bell for? Wait a dang second. Among Us and Stardew are collaborating? Oh, they are? Shit. I didn't know that. Sorry, I've got to serve this customer. I'll help. Really? It's probably not a two-person job. Sometimes two people working on a task will be less efficient than one. Sometimes Keishan doesn't care. Yep. Come on. What are they planning on doing with the collab? There we go. What are they doing with the collab? Sorry if like my brain is like wow. My brain's a little slow. I also got like I got a shot today, so that might actually come and kick me in the ass later. I don't know. We'll see. If it does, I'm just gonna go sleep. I'm just gonna go lay down and sleep if it happens. uh, but yeah. She cleaning. I simply got shot. I'll save you. It was a shot. Yeah, I had to get a shot today. Had to like, it's one of I had to get one of the shots that are like, what is it? You humans mandate. Fucking what is it like? Shots that are necessary, you know, like tetanus shots and all that. So you keep them up to date, quote unquote. I don't know why you guys just don't have immunity already. But yeah, just shots that I need to update apparently, or have apparently. Annoying. So now my arm kind of feels dead a little bit. That I got the shot in, it kind of just feels a little dead. And I'm like sitting here like, oh, okay. It's just a dead arm right now. Day 2, the terminal. Wait, shouldn't he be gone by now? Anything else that needs doing? Nah, I'm gonna take this tray and glasses to the kitchen. You can chill for a bit. I'll take that. I'll take them. You need a break. Are you sure? Execution. Apparently it works. Okay, it's fine. Take you need a break. Sure. Where's the kitchen? That way you'll find it eventually. Cool. Back in a minute. Slow-mo walk. Hmm. Your pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles. Rook and castle both offer protection for defending team, but rooks seem to be more popular. Nothing. Yeah. What's this then? The castle! Not the castle! Anything but the castle! Better get this down. Wait, what? Hold on. One hostage is trying to escape. We'll take care of it. So we now have 2 dead bodies. Uppies! Uppies! I need money! Stop killing them! I am poor and I need the money. Stop! You're gonna be paying the bill. Jesus. I'm a castle brought low by my own hubris. No, it was just a pawn. And maybe a little bit of hubris. When Chasey's actually thriving, it's hard for him to feel like he's doing the wrong thing. Maybe that makes him overconfident. Maybe it makes him just the right confident. Bishop. Knight. Ah. Your other castle and check. Check, you say? Oh, I didn't think of that. You activated my trap card. You activated my trap card. Oh, hey, Maddie, come check this out. I tricked him into the false sense of security. Oh, man, that's embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you like that? Hard? Yeah, I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real hours was inside me all along. The real hubris was inside me all along. I'm freaking loving winning. I should try doing this more often. A chance win at chess. Could grow into a big winning streak, you know? Want to play something with us? I should really head back down to the bar. There's nobody there. Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they'll know where to find you. How about I grab us all a drink, make sure there's nobody waiting down there, then we play something. Won't be 5 minutes. You actually gonna come back this time? You never come back. Oh, poor Ashley. She just wants to play a game. Oh, I love this. I'll come back. Promise. Why don't you pick out the game while I'm gone? Find something, Ashley. Let's find something, Ashley. What do you feel like playing today? Something. There's Lilith. Something with lots of dice. The past tense of dice is died. The plural of die is dice. What? Huh? The plural of die is die. Whoa. What? Huh? Dice it is. We'll see you in a minute, Maddie. Day 2, 6:15 p.m. Ashley's workshop. Get a little water over there. It's not true. I don't know. I didn't know if the plural of die is dice. Let me ask Siri real quick. Siri, is the plural of die dice? Oh my god, it is! It is! It is the plural of die! Holy shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? So every time we say die, we're just meaning die? Dies? We mean plural of die? The plural of die is dice. And so every time we say let's play dice, it's like let's go die. Oh my god. Oh my god, please say so. I'm not. It literally says it right here. Like, hold up. Siri, is the plural of die dice? Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. The plural of dice. Okay. Siri, is the plural of die dice? Yeah. Got this. Siri. I got Siri. It said yes though. Siri, is the plural of DIE dice? Yes, dice is the plural of die. It says it. It is the plural of die. Look it up. Look it up, uppies. I dare you to look that up. Look it up. Look it up, buddy. Look it up, buggeroo. I refuse to face that fact. You know what? I got you. I got you. Don't worry, I got you. Give me 1 second. 1 itty bitty teeny second, okay? Give me 1 itty bitty teeny second. Hi, Kay! Oh my god, it's been so long. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Give me a second. I gotta gotta do something to uppies real quick. Day is just getting started. Jesus. Yeah, true for me too, but also at the same time, no. Yes, no. That's all I can say is yes and no. Okay, I don't care what's new with Firefox, but let's do this real quick. I don't want Chrome. All right, properties. There we go. Okay. All right. We're gonna see this in real time. Okay. See this right here? We're gonna see this in real time, uppies. Okay. See it. You see it? You see it? You see? Okay. So see it right there, right here. It's gonna happen. See, right there, right. It's the plural of die dice. No, don't do it. Yeah, right there. Die is the singular form of the word dice. Ah! Therefore, dice is the plural of die. AI, you just literally fucking. I swear to God. No. Oh, God. When you roll 1 die or multiple dice. No. Yeah. See, it says no, but that's a lie. That's a lie. That's it. I'm killing the hostages. Do not kill my hostages unless you plan on paying my internet bill. Oh my god, this is fucking weird. That just nah. Die is the singular. It is the singular right here. Die is the singular form of the word dice. I refuse. Well, if you're not okay, if you're not gonna pay my internet bill, then don't kill the hostages. Got it? With 2 or more? No, I told you. Told you. Didn't believe me. He didn't believe me. Hmm. Well, that's it. That's all I got. There you go. I hope you enjoy your daily revelation, uppies. Oh, shit. Wait. Was that Ned? Oh, that's why the 4th reason for Row Battle Royale was an absolute betrayal. Season. Okay, season. Right, right, right. Oh, I didn't. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. With 1 or more. Good. If you don't want to pay my internet bill, don't kill them. But you still want to be on it one day. Well, yeah. Unless the indie circuit opens up. Like in wrestling? Exactly like in wrestling. Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that. You could probably put your own local league together if you worked really hard. Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them. Human controlled bots are boring though. I want to get more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger ashling. Spirit juice. Veteran necromancers will advise that spirit juice is not something to play around with. Masters know that playing around is the best way to learn. My god. How big? I think I'll start at car size, then move on to more of a bus adjacent form factor. I'm not sure we have enough to power one of those. I'd have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We'd need liters of it at least. That'd be super cool. Didn't you say it was illegal though? Well, technically, but what Ned doesn't know won't hurt him. Let's all fuck over Ned again. He'd lose his head if he knew half of the things we were doing around here. I don't know. He seems fairly lenient with you, right? He wasn't always like that. Long time before you turned up, he nearly shut me down because I. Would you believe it's because I sheltered a criminal? Question mark. Ned nearly shut you down because of that. Am I thinking of the same criminal you are? Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny. What sort of criminal were they? Just a minor demon on the run. Most demons are lucky enough to find someone as welcoming as Che, especially the ones that haven't had a chance to make a name for themselves. Aw, damn. I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. I just took her in when she stumbled through my door, dripping blood everywhere. Eh, That's metal. It was extremely metal. How long did you manage to hide her for? I don't know. Not too long, maybe 6 weeks. Time flew by, if I'm being honest. Why is that? Was she from the clock realm? No, no, nothing like that. We, bonded. Ooh, bonded, you say? Magically? How'd you do that? I thought I heard you telling Maddie that sort of thing was impossible between beings on this plane. We bonded, uh-huh. No, not magically. We were you dating? Were you dating? Um, I fucking knew it! Lovers. Ah, they were in love. Ah, beautiful. 10 out of 10. He was in love with the demon. Ew. Yuck. Ew. Ah, happier days. I love hearing about when you were young and reckless. Gosh, what do you think I am now, huh? Old and boring? Definitely old. Despite myself, I must say, you're definitely not boring. There's that patented Maddie charm. Well, you know me, I'm full of them. Oh, yeah? Charms? Hexes? Curses? That's all on your account, old man. Uh huh, I won't deny it. Hey, Maddie? Guys, the guy, he's still here. When is he, like, buddy, why haven't you left yet? I thought you were supposed to be leaving soon. Hey, dude, having trouble finding the kitchen? Yeah, I couldn't. I checked everywhere. It's just behind the bar, man. You can't miss it. I totally checked. I told you, I checked everywhere. No, you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. You can't miss it. Have another look. It'll be there this time. Sometimes you gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist. Fine. The quantum hallways, you gotta just say, hey, the kitchen is behind the bar. It's behind the bar hallways. How long are we going to keep him here, Maddie? Ooh, we're keeping him? No, we're not keeping him. I'm just letting him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave on his own accord at some point. I feel sorry for him. Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude. Mm-hmm. I see, I see. Mm-hmm. Ugh, my feet. It's so warm now. Ugh, I'm warm. Thank you, space heater. I like him. Do you like him because he's nice or because he was good at passing your tools over? Yes. Good answer, girl. Don't get too attached. He's not going to be here forever. Well, duh, I know how it works. I'm going to enjoy having him around just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Ashley. That's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that. Same. I'm used to people moving on is moving on is the point. I can deal with it. Damn, that's rough. Good. Day 2, 6:30 p.m. The terminal. Hey, it's Ned. Fuck that guy. Fucking Ned. Uh-oh. What's happening? Maddie! What are you doing, Maddie? Fuck! Damn, Maddie. Just threw your cup at her and say, fuck this guy. Gonna keep staring at the coffee stain or not? Yes. Okay, whatever. Oh, right. She hit it with the coffee and there's a stain on it. Beautiful. 10 out of 10, Maddie. You did great. What do you want from this conversation? I'm an open book as far as matters of life and death are concerned. Yeah. I don't want to go. I know you probably heard this from, I don't know, 1,000 people or whatever. Given the amount of traffic the terminal gets and how long it's been open, 1,000 people is pretty low estimate. Or whatever. It's not about it's not about staying around for people or wanting to go back to my old life. As wonderful and not stressful as that sounds, like I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side, I don't think there's any point to worry about it until I'm there. Just don't think I've spent enough time here. Oh. The cafe? No. All this, I guess you'd call it this plane? Roughly speaking, I suppose. I want to know what you did to be able to stay. Sure. Did Maddie give you those hours back? Yeah, why? Well, that's a way. You can just find enough hours to stay as a spirit, half here, half gone. But it's a wretched existence. You wouldn't want to live like that. How would you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get from consenting beings, right? The crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, yes. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is that you can't. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life force understands that, no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skill. Here's the thing though, you don't need both parties to agree. It's just a social nicety, something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the idea of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything, they're just dickheads. Anyways, if you can take life force from people, you can also drain it from animals or plants. But in this business, there's a lot we don't or can't understand. One of the things we can't understand is why life force from animals or plants is tainted. It feels gross. If it didn't, everyone would take it. Consequences be damned. How you were feeling today before Maddie took those hours back. I felt like I was slipping away, like my mind was really foggy. It's scary to run when it's foggy. You don't know what you might be running towards. Yeah, thanks. It was really hard to think or put sentences together. Nobody really noticed, though. Typical. Imagine that, but 10 times worse. You're foggy, and you're also something fundamentally wrong. Like, you're a collection of puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together, like an engine that's running out of oil. It sounds horrifying, right? So, should I do it? Probably not. How should I stay otherwise? Well, you could always go on the lam, just run for it. But you'd catch me? Not me personally, but yes, the council would eventually. And that's it? That's my only option? Perhaps. Depends on how you feel about bonding your soul. Wait, depends on how you feel about bonding your soul for the eternity of the fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice. The downside of neutral arbiters is that they're never on your side. Oof. Damn. I have no strong feelings about it one way or another. Smarterous. Eh. Would you regret it if you stayed here forever instead of moving on? I don't know. I guess that'd be up to me, right? How do you mean? In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch in my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I'll regret, sure, but it's not a useful way to spend my time. If I focus on the future, on everything that's in the possibility space instead of outside of it, probably better for me, yeah? Sure. You don't sound convinced. Eh. I'm just ambivalent on it. I try not to think about anything too hard these days. Fucking dead. But if you're willing to accept eternal bondage with the council, I can keep you here. It's not easy work, though. You have to act in the best interest of the system. No, it's individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest. How did you learn to deal with it? It just took me some time. When you're used to it, you'll learn not to think too hard about it, about what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view of everything, things generally shake out right. We tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyways. Addie being one of them, habitually. She wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Che. I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we chatted a bit, but what makes him so special? He's provided services in the past. I can count on On one hand, the number of people who know as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over hundreds of years. A lot has changed since the days when Che was a young man. Jesus. No way. He's that old? He looks like 60 max. Yep. Much older than that. Wild. Oh. Hello, bot. Get the fuck out of here. Bye. We're getting sidetracked, though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know. I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it? How much time do you have? You've been out here for nearly 25 hours. You're overdue. Put it on Maddie's tab. Oh my god! Yeah, I knew it. I knew he should have been gone at some point. Okay. I assume you're not going to stick around forever. Unlikely if the next few hours are anything like how I felt this morning. Stick around until you have a solid answer then. Cool. So is there an extra hour? God damn it, stop putting shit on Maddie's tab. Wanna get drunk? We're already drinking, mate. No. Nah, Che told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar. Unless it's something really special, he's probably offered me some, and even then. So you've tried the bottled soul? Hi, Papa, welcome in. Uh-oh. He's like, huh? You're pulling my leg. Nope. You gotta be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you? Yeah, I actually have seen it. That that's quite illegal. I expected better from him, damn it. So, are we going to drink it or not? Council regulations require me to confiscate it or force the owner to dispose of it. Ned doesn't steal anymore. He just seizes assets. It's a completely different thing. Sure. What happened to Kay? What about her shits? I don't know. KB doing K things. They're just probably vibing. We've been we'd be doing him a favor then, I suppose. Come on, dude. Chase said it'd knock you flat. When you say you, do you mean me or you? Or just anyone who drinks it? Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something. That's not technically possible, but I'll admit my interest is piqued. Well, let's not waste any time. You're gonna get wasted. Damn it. This was a setup, wasn't it? Basically, you in. Fine. They're gonna get wasted. Oh, this looks deadly. Good thing dead people can't get alcohol poisoning. Hey. To bureaucracy. Fucking bureaucracy. To bureaucracy. Wait, shouldn't he have a straw to drink that? Just saying. Hmm? Yo. Your orders arrived. 3 days late, mate. I got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Ah, shit. That'd explain why he's in my hair. I'll be there in half an hour. Ned? We talking about Ned? End of the line. But even semi-immortals need their sleep. Damn. The fact that Che is just still fucking alive after hundreds of years is insane to me. He's just taking the manipulated life force. Oh my god! Jacob! The catabasis is considered to be the vital part of the hero's narrative. Every hero goes to hell at some point, and in the stories they usually come back, which is the bit that seems weird to me. I don't think that's how it works in real life. The cafe has a bunch of heroes come through claiming that they were going to conquer hell and come back. They never returned as far as I saw. The idea of catabasis is that in the grand scheme of things, hell or the underworld or Hades or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's on the outside of whatever we are. like we're trapped inside the sphere and we leave it to go to hell. Did the ancient Greeks even consider that maybe we've been on the outside the whole time, just waiting to get in? Maybe they did. Matter of perspective. I guess I'll ask sometime if I ever meet one. But perhaps we're just waiting our entire lives for this, to pass through the firmament to the next place. To be driftwood that washes up on a shore of whatever the next place actually is. Some seems weird, but maybe that's where we naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that the world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room. A beautiful, flawed, complex waiting room. Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us, no judgment either. The world doesn't ever operate in boundaries or absolutes. It's just flawed human thinking projected onto things that are much, much more complex than they could ever perceive. And I don't think that's waiting on the other side. I don't think what's waiting on the other side is even something that we can conceptualize. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip, though. Oh my god, Lilith and Amma. Jacob giving us some death facts. Damn, Jacob. Damn. I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to stop blaming myself too. We can now speak to Ton and Hannah to experience the side story walking to the sky. Who? Who? Oh god, I don't know where I'm going now. Who's Hannah? Can I go down here? Nope. Okay. Well. Oh, Ashley's Inventions 1. Okay. Funeral. Or wait, what? Funeral, yeah. Pt.2. Ashley's original ideas do not steal. Kitchen assistant. According to Maddie, the best way to chop hard ingredients like carrots or celery is to place the thing you are chopping near the point where the tip of the knife touches the board, since this gives more leverage. I looked it up. It is called a Class 2 lever, which gives you way more torque when cutting hard things. The mechanical device you get from a Class 2 lever can be increased by making the knife longer. That gave me an idea to make a knife that was meter long. It would provide a much greater mechanical advantage than the knives Maddie uses, which are only 10 centimeters and 18 centimeters long. Maddie says that I'm not allowed to use any knives that are longer than 18 centimeters and said something about a weeb katana, so that idea is a dead end. I don't know what she meant by that, so I looked it up online and found some videos of guys using really long blades to cut through water bottles. Ah, shit. Since Maddie doesn't want any blades longer than 18 centimeters, this means getting more force from leverages out. I could compensate for this by just making the blades really, really fast. I created kitchen assistant version that uses a shorter knife but is affixed to the wheel that turns at 290 RPM even with the blade attached. The first time I turned it on, the blade wasn't completely secured and flew off and embedded in the ceiling. To make sure that this wouldn't happen again, the version 2, I welded the blade into the flywheel so that it won't come off. I think that Maddie will be really pleased with the results because I only had to use a 10 centimeter blade, which is much smaller than the original blade size. That she had a problem with. Also, when choosing the knife to wield onto the flywheel, I picked the knife that Maddie says is the best one. I think her personal bias will cause her to like my invention more because I built it using her favorite knife. Knife retriever. Kitchen Assistant Volume 2 was version 2 was a big success, but my testing of Kitchen Assistant version 1 left a knife embedded in the ceiling, and I wasn't able to reach the knife by climbing on top of my step ladder. Step ladder. I could probably reach it if I place my step ladder on the countertop, but Maddie says that's dangerous, so I wanted to find a way to retrieve the knife without breaking the rule. I was thinking of making a giant magnet, but electromagnets require a lot of power, and the last time I tried to draw a lot of power from the outlet, it tripped. The circuit breakers. And if you try taping the circuit breakers in place so that they don't rip things don't rip and catch on fire, and it's a lot harder to fix, especially since handling that kind of thing for Maddie requires so much effort. Keep the smell of smoke covered when replacing a breaker box is like doing 2 jobs at once. And the 2 jobs more than I want to do on a Saturday afternoon. So a magnet is probably out, especially because I'm not sure if the knife will make it out of the ferromagnetic material. Oh god, I can't fucking read. The circuit breakers, and if you try taping the circuit breakers, Oh, I need a nap. I need a nap. I can't fucking read, and I'm just like, okay, anyways. And a lot harder to fix, especially since the it requires so much more effort keeping the smell of smoke covered. Replacing a beaker box is like doing 2 jobs at once, and it's 2 jobs more than I want to do on a Saturday afternoon. So a magnet is probably out, especially because I'm not sure if the knife is made out of ferromagnetic material. I don't know what Maddie's knives are made out of, but if they're made out of aluminum, the magnet won't work. I might have to try the electromagnet thing if I can think of a plan before Maddie notices. She'll probably won't like it. The good news is that the knife is firmly embedded in the wood, and the comprehensive force of the knife is enough to prevent it from falling down due to gravity, unless a loud vibration causes it to fall down, so there is a very low probability of the knife falling down and hurting someone. The only thing that could disturb this is if it got humid and the wood around the knife started to warp, and the weather forecast said we're not getting any rain for the next few days, so I should have plenty of time to get the knife down before it's a risk of falling. Just as long as Maddie doesn't look up when she's standing behind the part of the counter, everything will be fine. Absolute visibility reducer. To prevent Maddie from looking up and seeing the knife on the ceiling, I created a device to dissuade her from looking up. If I put a really bright halogen lamp somewhere, it really makes people not want to look at that direction. So I figured that if the knife had a halogen lamp next to it, then maybe Maddie thought of looking up at the ceiling. She would decide, no, I wouldn't want to go up there because there's a bright halogen lamp that probably would blind me. I took down a counter instead, or maybe she will look up at the light and then she be so disoriented by how bright it is that she won't see the knife on the ceiling. The LED on my headlamp only goes up to 50 lumens, and it takes up 500 lumens to disorient a person. The problem with that is that I could figure out how to affix the halogen lamp to the ceiling. That was the same problem I had with retrieving the knife. It was too high up. Then I realized the simple solution: I could get back the halogen lamps up to the ceiling at the same way I got the knife there by having the kitchen assistant version 1 throw them. Oh my god. The halogen lamps aren't sharp enough to embed themselves in the wood, so I had to apply a layer of fast drying adhesive covered by another layer of wood glue. I figure the fast drying adhesive will hold them there long enough for the wood glue to dry, and that would keep them from falling until I could figure out a way to get the knife down. My first attempt to use the kitchen assistant volume 1 to throw the halogen lamp at the ceiling did not go so well since it let go the wrong time and instead flung the lamp into the wall. It took me almost 5 minutes to clean up all the big pieces. There were a lot of pieces that I didn't have time to pick up, but they were small. Maddie probably wouldn't notice them, and if Chain notices them, he'll probably clean them up without saying anything. The second attempt, I got the Kitchen Assistant Volume 1, Version 1. Oh my god, I can't read. I'm dying here. Version 1 to throw at the ceiling, but his velocity was too high, and when the bulb hit the ceiling, it shattered instead of sticking. I tried lowering the RPM of the Kitchen Assistant Version 2, but after my 5th attempt, I realized I was out of halogen bulbs. Halogen bulb. Oh, I'm halogen. I wonder if I can recycle the broken pieces for anything. Lamp bulbs seem like they would be very hard to reconstruct. Hi. Your raccoon can't read. Your raccoon's also falling asleep. I'm sitting here trying to read and I'm like, no, stay up. I'm like, I'm like, oh my god. This is what happens when I have to get up early in the morning for a dumb doctor's appointment and not taking a nap afterwards. Okay, let me do this thing. Bookmarks. Damn it. Uh, okay. Walking to the sky is okay. Alright, well, I deal with this shit. Blah 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 blah. What does this say? Billiards 3. Oh god, I can't read. Teen transient. This is Beth 2. I don't even know Beth 1. That's a funeral, right? Funeral. How am I stuck? Oh lord. Am I actually stuck? Oh, I am. Oh, I am stuck, huh? I could just right click. God. I'm also stuck. You know, I think this is a sign. You're stuck, you can't move. Should be weird. There we go. Okay, I'm no longer stuck. Open. Where's the fisherman? Yeah. Studio mode. Billiards. Perfectionist. Can I go this way? Oh, I can't go this way, huh? Nope. Excuse me. Beep beep. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Okay, no, can't go in there. Fight. Alright, I'll be right back though. I'll BRB. I muted myself. I didn't unmute myself. Woo! Next. Anyways. Whoopsies. I am back. Hi. My bad. Yeah, okay, anyways, I'll restart it because I was... Alright, Maddie studied the gentleman at the counter as he raised his glass appraisingly. Her eyes narrowed on the drink in his hand as he took a sip. There was something in the way that the man carried himself that irritated Maddie. She was irritated, not mad. Nothing he had done was rude or otherwise improper. If anything, the thing that bothered her was the fact that he seemed too proper. The way his hand rested on the counter felt deliberate. There was nothing lazy about the way he sat, perfectly upright, or what he did with his hands. One on the glass, the other resting deliberately on the brim of the top hat he had placed on the counter when he walked in. No, he said. I'm afraid that's not it. He set the glass down. Was that better or worse than the previous one? Said Maddie. Closer, I think, said the man. But it's hard to tell. You just know it when you taste it, you know? Yeah, said Maddie. I know. She picked up the whiskey bottle and began pouring another drink, this time 7 parts whiskey to 4 parts water. She was using the glasses that she discreetly marked with measuring points, and she was confident she was pouring to within this centiliter of precision. She slid the glass over to him. Try this one, she said. That's still not it, said the man. It's a fine drink, though. I'll gladly finish it. Let me try one more time, said Maddie. I assure you, this is a fine drink, said the gentleman. What I experienced in London was, I'm sure, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It would be completely unreasonable for me to expect you to replicate it here. A good enough drink is perfectly good enough. Something in the way he said good enough made her less willing to give up the fight. She grabbed the whiskey bottle and was about to begin pouring again when she felt a tap on her shoulder. Che. Can I have a word with you? Che said. Shoot. In back. Maddie followed Che into the kitchen. You've got to stop trying to make the perfect water mix, said Che. You're not cracking some code here. What that guy considers the perfect whiskey is not going to be some perfect formula that will work for everyone from here until the end of eternity. Different people have different tastes. I'm aware of that, said Maddie. So why won't you give it up? Because I want to give him the perfect drink. He already got the perfect drink in London 20 years ago. And every day that passes just makes the memory of that drink more and more unrealistically impressive. I know. That's why I have to make the perfect drink. I don't understand. Che, that perfect drink in London 20 years ago? The one that he still remembers to this day as the best drink of his life? People are supposed to have memories like that about this place. This is where it's all supposed to come together. And that's why you can't back down? I can back down, but I'll find it very hard to forgive myself if I do. Can I tell you a story? Is this story going to suck? You won't know until I tell you. Sounds like a good reason not to tell it then, said Maddie, crossing her arms. I used to be a logger. You worked with lumber? You never told me. I did tell you that I worked a lot of odd jobs, and I figured that alone would be enough to communicate that I'm full of anecdotes about a large variety of subjects, even after you've known me for many, many years. I've also lived a lot longer than I know you, that I've known you, so it's not like I could convey everything I've ever experienced in the time I've known you. Au contraire, conversations allow you to compress experiences. You could compress an entire day into an answer to to the question, so what did you do today? You're right. But I didn't like reducing big experiences to short, pithy statements about what I've done. I already feel dirty about just saying I used to be a logger because there's so much more to that experience than the job title. And I'd like to tell you more about being a logger if you'll let me. All right, tell me about being a logger. I was a logger for 2 weeks back in. Wait, 2 weeks? You're a logger for 2 weeks? Sounds to me like you were a non logger who engaged in logging activity for 2 weeks. Logger is a title. You have to earn that shit. All right. Point is, I learned a thing or two about logging. A thing or two, and probably not much else. If that's if it was only 2 weeks, you're right. Lucky I only needed to tell you this one thing. Oh boy, I can hardly wait. What's the one worthwhile thing you learned about logging during those 2 weeks? When you're cutting away at a tree, you actually have to cut away a lot of wood in order to weaken it, enough to fell it. That is, you're not merely cutting a gap in the tree, you're actually removing parts of the tree to weaken it. Yeah, I kind of figured. That's why partially cut trees have a notch in them. The logger just has to keep making the notch bigger until the tree collapses. What's your lesson? You're not acting like yourself. On the contrary, I'm behaving exactly like myself, and that seems to. Thank you for the headpad striker. Seems to bother you, Jay Grimmins. You're right. Can we still play at Can we still play at being a teacher and student? Maddie sighed and put her back against the wall, looking down. Yeah. All right. He did his best to grin. Maddie gestured for him to go on. You're saying about cutting trees? All right. You need to create a notch, but to create the notch, you're removing part of the tree. You're taking a chip out of it. Uh-huh. It's really easy to get caught up in that when it's happening. When when chips are flying everywhere and the last thing you want to focus on is the big tree that's just standing still, you see a chip flying off somewhere and your eyes are more importantly, your attention naturally wants to follow it to see where it lands. And that's when you start to miss with your swings. The secret to logging is that you can't pay too much attention to the chips. Some of the chips are going to land at your feet, and some of them are going to fly off and harmlessly hit you in the chest, and others are going to disappear from your field of view. But you have to focus on the tree. Focus on the impact you're making, not the trees. That's the secret of it. You need to focus on the big goal. Thank you for sharing the secret of logging with me. Why are you in debt? Me? Why am I in debt? Um, well, time apparently is a currency, and I'm in debt because I have too much time that accumulated that I can't pay, but I have to pay now. Though I can't Though it can't be too well to keep a secret if it's knowledge shared by people with only 2 weeks of experience. So is that it? That's it. That's a story. About how you just have to let the chips fall where they may. That thanks for that bit of folksy wisdom. I'm saving the pretentious wisdom for another day. Very thin line between folksy and pretentious when you're acting like a genius from having discovered the it, etymology of common idioms. That reminds me of a story about wire walking, said Che. I'm glad. Maybe I'll even hear the story someday. She stepped out of the kitchen before Che could continue. Huh? Yeah, so this is the story. So, NecroBarista. This place is a place that is in between life and death. People who are alive can enter this bar, and people who are dead can enter this bar. It's basically like it's a coffee shop. And what it is for those who have died, they get to spend like their last hours. They get to spend their last hours in this bar before they have to move on. It's kind of like a way station before they have to move on to the next area to either go to heaven or hell or whatever is beyond the gate. And then of course the people that are alive just, go back home. Or if they're demons or other things, they do what they do. Anyways, yeah, so what happened is that over time they've let these spirits stayed longer than they should have. So with each like hour that they're beyond their actual time, because each soul gets at least 24 hours left to be in this plane before they leave. And so every time they let people go over those 24 hours, the time that those people are borrowing have to be paid back in some way. And the only way to get time paid back is for the people who are hosting this in between bar. So this bar takes on the debt of those people. And so they have a lot of debt on them. That's time. And they need to pay it back because people are, one person and the council are trying to get the money back. Well, not the money. Fuck, it's not money. It's the time back. They're trying to get the time back that was taken. It's, balance and everything and blah, blah, blah. Ugh, that's what it is. Maddie returned to the counter. How's that whiskey? She asked. Best thing to happen to me all day. You could say that this glass of whiskey is the thing that made my day. Thanks. That's all I needed to hear. That's it. Oh my god, Swagger! Oh my god. I totally get it. Yup. Alright, let's go to funeral. Oh, I've been thinking, Keishan said, about the people that I left behind. I'm not going to see any of them again. One of them could be about to walk through that door, said Maddie. Don't taunt me with possibilities, Keishan. You brought it up. Yeah, well, he slumped over in a funk. Death has a real finality to it, you know? Yeah, it does. That's death. The travel from life to death is a very one-way street for all but a few individuals, and if you're standing here, then it's a bit late for chest paddles. I guess I'm thinking more about the fact that I'm not going to see any of my old friends again. Not as long as they're alive anyway. That does tend to be how death works. I hope you're not surprised. Not surprised, but also I wouldn't have been surprised if that wasn't the case, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure on at least one occasion I've threatened people by saying, I will haunt you, and now that's never going to happen. Pity. You could have been someone's grudge ghost film. Guess that one I guess that one's confined to the annals of Japan horror cinema. Hey, I was wondering, do you think there's any way for me to see what's going on at my funeral? Don't. All right. I just thought, it's kind of everyone's fantasy, right? To see what people have to say about them after they've passed. Wouldn't you want to see what was going on at your funeral? I think it's none of your business what goes on at your funeral. Really? I mean, I think it's pretty common for people to plan their own funerals, at least, if the go late enough that they can see it coming, you know? I'd like to have my brother deliver a eulogy. Don't let them play any Barry Manilow songs, that sort of thing. Maddie blinked. Do you have a problem with Barry Manilow? No, I have no particular opinion on the man or his music. But a lot of people who are old enough to be planning their own funerals do. You can make your plans, but whatever unfolds at the funeral is up to those who attend it. Ishan blinked. What about the wishes of the dead? I thought you'd have a bit more sympathy for their interests considering how often you interacted with them. I care plenty about the dead. You were asking about funerals. Funerals are for the living, my friend. Ishan opened to his mouth to respond but cut himself short. I never thought of it that way. I'm not sure what to say. If you're short on words, but high on energy, you can expend some of that energy by carrying this box upstairs. It is all text. It is all text. At least this one's all text right now. Yeah. And cardboard boxes are seen underneath the counter. These are alcove next to the bookshelf. Make a good home for this box. Keishan picked up the box, grateful for something to do with his hands. It was heavy enough that he had to make sure to lift with his legs and not with his back, but not so heavy that he felt out of breath by the time that he reached the top of the stairs. Howdy, just joined stream. How's it going? And what have I missed? You've missed Keishan wanting to stay. Well, he's overstayed by an hour already. But you've missed him getting an offer to be a part of the council because he kind of doesn't want to leave, but he also has not figured it out yet. And then right now I'm just reading the like in betweens of what happens. But not labored. It was good feeling. Keishan set the box down at the spot Maddie had designated and sat down for a moment, waiting for his heart rate to return to normal. It felt good to feel his heart beating inside of his chest. This is how it feels to be alive, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm going to miss it. These are like little interactions in between everything that's happening. So there's Ashley, there's the perfectionist, there's Pt.2, whoever Pt.1 is. Whoa. Huh. Beth swung her knife. Oh, it's Beth! Never mind, I know who Beth is again. Beth swung her knife in a horizontal slice and the crowd let out an ooh. Not too loud. Her eyes were fixed on Kyle, but she was speaking to the crowd. Last thing we want is someone coming down here investigating a noise complaint. She heard a few grumbles in the crowd, but they quieted themselves. Everyone understood her meaning. Playing with real knives in this manner was the kind of thing that was strictly verboten, and no one wanted to be on the wrong side of Maddie's bad mood. Even those who didn't fear death quaked in the boots a bit at the prospect of Maddie's wrath. She made a few more horizontal slices with her blade, cutting the air. It was the kind of thing people did to warm up the crowd, but Beth was unconcerned with what people thought about how she fought. Her movements with the knife were the only practice she was going to get with this knife, and she did her best to memorize the feel of the blade as it cut through the air. It was a terrible knife for fighting like this. Serrated edge. It was designed for ripping and tearing cooked meat that stood still in the plate, not flesh meant that was attached to a body prepared to evade the cuts. This was an entirely different kind of knife fight than the one before. When playing with practice knives, the goal was to strike the opponent in the torso. When playing with live knives, common etiquette dictates that stab to the softer parts of the torso, like the chest or the stomach, stabs that were most likely to be immediately fatal to a normal person were strictly against the rules. In this battle, the goal was simply to draw blood. A cut to the arm or leg would do. Kyle was the first to make the move. He tried to feint to the right before hopping back on his left foot and swinging at her, but he made such an obvious show of telegraph the attacks that Beth had stepped out of his way well before his attack came. Kyle grinned. I guess I'm not going to outsmart you. Beth kept her steely gaze trained on Kyle's right hand, the one that held the knife. Well, he said, I guess I'll just have to outspeed you. This time he stabbed straight forward with a thrust of his arm. It was the first time he had made an attack without fully committing to it by moving his feet. Beth had been afraid that he might try this. Kyle was nearly half a meter taller than her, and she was finally figured out that his longer arms gave him a tremendous advantage against Beth and her shorter reach. The stab was directed at her shoulder, and she managed to duck out of the way fast enough, but there was no time for her to offer a counterswing before Kyle pulled back and stabbed again, this time attempting to strike at where her arm had been had she not moved just a moment sooner. Beth backed up, giving Kyle space and hoping to bait him into making a bigger attack, but he seemed content to continue attempting the one tactic that he had come close to working for him. As she stepped back, he stepped forward, and only after planting both feet did he go for another stab. There was nothing that Beth could do but step back, giving him even more space to maneuver, all the while becoming increasingly aware of how close her back was coming to the wall behind her. She needed to do something to throw him off balance and find a way to reset. She stepped to the side, forcing Kyle's next attack to take a horizontal arc to reach her. And as soon as she saw the blade coming, she swung her own blade. She heard the ting of metal hitting metal as the two blades made contact and the serrated edge of Kyle's knife hit the smooth edge of hers. They stayed like that for about half a second as Beth kept forcing Kyle's knife to the side, and with their knives still locked, she Sarfid or Starfed or Straft? Strafted? I don't know how to do this fucking word. Around him until her strifed. Oh, I got it. Strifed. It's strifed. I think it's strifed. Around him until her back was no longer against the wall, placing the two of them on equal footing. Yeah, I got it. I suck at reading. This would never happen in a real knife fight, Beth thought to herself. She had been saved only by the serrated edge of Kyle's knife. He grinned, apparently enjoying the moment. Yes, Kyle, we're doing it just like in the movies. Don't we all suck at reading at some point? Yeah, it is, but like I've on multiple accounts been told by people like, are you sure you don't have dyslexia? And I'm like, I think I do at this point if you keep asking me. So that's a little bit of a problem. 6 may have. I have the reading disability. That is correct. That's no bueno. Yeah. It sucks, but hey, I at least got better at reading out of spite. Out of spite. Related to the story, when I was like a kid, they had like these like mandatory readings that you had to do, like reading a book or something for like an hour or whatever. They messaged but they had these mandatory readings that you had to do for like an hour or something each day during class, and you'd have to take a test to see where your reading level was at. I'm gonna tell you, Six had a kindergarten reading level at the ripe grade of 6th grade. All the way up to 6th grade, I had the reading level of a kindergartner. But just let that sink in. I feel those are bullshit. Yeah, so yeah, I do too. I feel like they were bullshit. Yeah. So during those like times, every time I would test, it apparently was like, oh yeah, you have the reading level of a kindergartner. And I'm like, seriously? In 4th grade, I was 8th grade. Yeah. One of my friends at the time had like a reading level of a high school student. And I was like, what? What? Me, who's from South America, right? I have horrible, like, I had horrible reading. Like, all they would do, like, and so, like, we had like little school library, right? So, like, little tiny 6 walking to the school library, being like, okay, I can only check out kindergarten books. Let's do it. So then I would go to the library. And of course, they had sections in this library that had like color coded to like what your reading level was. It was so fucking weird because it's like each section had there's like books with like books with chapters, and then like some medium, like easier reading level books with chapters, and then it would keep going until it like hit the kindergarten section, which is literally picture books. Literally picture books. She worked at a school and helped certain 4th graders with their reading since they were behind on levels. Yeah. Man, if only I had that in school. No, they show like... It sucked. It sucked for the longest of time because I was forced to only read those books. Like, I couldn't check out anything else. And can't change the past. I know, right? Sucks. It seems like when you leave the past, like when you leave wherever you're at, like if you're leaving like kindergarten or middle school or whatever, like a couple years later, you go, like you see it and you're like, wow, why didn't we have that shit? What the fuck, man? I'm just like, what the fuck? There's like a whole bunch of things that like I didn't have, but then like everyone else does now, and I'm like, I hate you. I hate you, schools. You do this on purpose. I bet you. Yeah. So yeah, I had yeah, I had like that reading level of a kindergartner for like 6th grade. And out of spite one day, like out of spite, I would like I would get books. Like I went when I would like get the chance to like buy a book or something, I would. There we go. So like whenever I got the chance to like buy a book in general, like I would buy books that weren't picture books. So like the books that really got me to pull up my reading level were the series of unfortunate events. That book series got me to a higher reading level than the fucking school ever did. And I was like, oh, bless. Thank you. A book like I hated reading. Like I hated reading so much because of all of that. So once I got those books and I was like genuinely interested in reading those books, I liked reading. Like I was reading. It was choose your own adventure books for me. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen one of those books before. I got like the series of unfortunate events. That's what like the book that did it for me. Books. Always liked reading. Says the one who had an 8th grade reading level at 4th grade. Let that sink in, Striker. Let that sink in, Striker. It sucks when you might have been, I don't remember clearly enough. I might have been the only one at a kindergarten reading level that was in a higher grade. But there's some good books. Certain pages gave you choices to do different parts of the book. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never read one of those books before. That sounds cool. I could read at high school level back then. See, I couldn't do that. I was forced to read just picture books. They wouldn't let me check out anything above my reading level. But they put a cap on it. Well, it makes sense. I mean, like, you're a kid. They won't let me go higher. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but also it's kind of dumb if they didn't let you go higher. So, yeah, I get you. It's kind of dumb that they wouldn't let you go higher. Well, they couldn't let me go higher either. But like, when I had to check out books, they would be like, "Oh, sorry, this one's out of your reading level. You can't check this one out." And I'm like, it's literally just like one is one reading level up. Please, I don't want to keep reading picture books. I hate them right now. So like I was this just dumb. It is just dumb. So then I started getting those books, the series of unfortunate event books, and I just started reading them. Like I started reading those things is because I read a lot at home. So makes sense. But hey, that's actually good. Bring your vocabulary up, bring your reading level comprehension up. I hated reading. Mostly Goosebumps, Magic Treehouse, Nancy Drew. Oh, okay, so Goosebumps. I fucks with that shit. I fucked with Goosebumps so hard. I love the Goosebumps books. I love I got so into watching Goosebumps too. Like I watched the whole series. I think it was on Netflix. Watched the whole series on Netflix. Finished it all. Finished it all. I had to do that cuz I was so into it. I highly recommend getting a book or two from Choose Your Own Adventure. They're really great. They even did a collab book with Stream. Oh, nice. Anamorphous, Fahrenheit 451, To Kill a Mockingbird, Metamorphosis, one of those Tongues of Fear the Street books. I've never heard of Fear the Street at all. I've never heard of that one book story before. I've heard of To Kill a Mockingbird, Fahrenheit 451, Anamorphous? I'm not sure if I've ever heard that. And Metamorphosis? Don't think I've heard that either. Magic Treehouse, I remember. Oh, is Anamorphous Animorphs? Wait, is that Animorphs? Or I'm just fucking insane. I believe Netflix has some adaptations of the Fear Street books. Oh, okay. Okay, I'd have to look that up. So, Animorphs. Fuck! I knew it! Yeah, no, I knew Animorphs. I knew that one too. Fucking Animorphs. Let's go. I think I only read like 2 books out of Animorphs because I couldn't really find them in my school library when I was able to. But I do remember Magical Treehouse. I do remember, like, I got some Nancy Drew books, but, like, I couldn't read them. I tried so hard to read them. And it wasn't the fact that, like, I didn't understand it. It was just the fact that, like, the story was really boring to me for some reason. My art books back then, I enjoyed drawing. Aw, look at you, Striker, getting drawing books. I have, like, a whole bunch of drawing books, too, honestly, but I don't have them here. Sad. I'll have to get them out at some point. Yeah, no, I had the, I had, like, a couple of Nancy Drew books, but I, like, couldn't read those. I really, like, I didn't read them. I tried. I tried so hard to read them, but I couldn't. They just didn't really interest me, and then there was also the Hardy Boys that, like, I got a book on because my parents got me some of them, and I tried reading those too, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to read that book for some reason. It was the same thing with Harry Potter. So, like, I think it was, like, in 4th or 5th grade. I think it was 4th grade. I think it was 4th grade. We had, like, a whole book that the whole class read together by the teacher. And it was Harry Potter because all the class chose Harry Potter. I've never read it either. Don't worry. Do not worry. I have not read that either. I've never read that book either. So don't worry about that. I feel you. The only time that I read a Harry Potter book was because I was not reading it. The teacher was reading it and we were just following along with the book. And I didn't do it. Like, I was following along with the book, and I'm just like, oh. I was just sitting there, like, little Six sitting there with the book in her hand, just like, okay, I'm reading it. I was literally just listening, and my eyes were just following the words as they went, and then, like, I think at some point, some of the other kids were, like, called upon to read, and I'm just sitting there, like, don't call me to read, don't call me to read, don't do it, don't do it. As I'm, like, sitting behind this book, little tiny me reading and holding it for dear life. But yeah, like, that's the only time I ever read a Harry Potter book, and it was The Philosopher's Stone. That was it. That was the only time I ever read a book by Harry Potter, or a Harry Potter book in general. I was too into Lemony Snicket and, like, this series of unfortunate events and, like, horror-ish books, suspense thriller books. I like those a lot. And then I got and then what was it? The whole hype during Twilight when it was out, that everybody that I knew was like, "Oh my god, Twilight." And I'm just like, okay, let me read these books to see what it's about. And so I read the first one and I was like, okay, it's not too bad. Like, the first one, because usually, like, the first book in this series is the best. My god, it got worse after that. Like, I read New Moon and I was dying. I was dying the entire time during New Moon. Just because, like, I sat there and read it, and then she's going through her depression. She's going through her depression page. Like, depression, like, whatever it is. Like, depression year, whatever it is. And, like, I'm sitting there reading the book, and then I just turn a page, and it's like, October. Turn the page again. November. December. And it just kept going until finally it, like, was, like, February or whatever the fuck it was, and it stopped. And it finally continued, and I was like, oh my god. I'm about to strangle you, bitch. Like, fucking get over it. I'm like, it's not the end of the world. Fuck this guy. So like I was reading it and then I'm like, okay, and then she like goes for a rebound and I'm like, girl, no. I was like, girl, why are you going through this rebound? You're so stupid. And then she's like, I'm gonna jump off this cliff and hope I don't die. Like, she I was like, yeah, okay, totally. You just want to jump off this fucking cliff and hope you don't die because you're jumping off this fucking cliff in Twilight. Okay, so I'll give you a synopsis of a little bit. I'm already giving you the synopsis of New Moon. This is just New Moon in general. This is New Moon. This isn't the first book. This isn't the third book or the fourth. This is New Moon. Just New Moon. And so in New Moon, this bitch started hanging out with the werewolves and the werewolf crew. So she was hanging out with the natives that she knew she was friends with. And I think Jacob was like 1 or 2 years younger than her or something. I think he's like 15 and she's like 17. I think 15, 16. She's 17, I think, at this point. So she was so depressed because Edward left her and they all left without saying goodbye. And she just was in a deep depression, the worst depression out there. And I'm just sitting there like, oh, this is killing me just sitting here reading this, girl. Get the fuck up. You've been depressed for what? 3 months, 4 months over some stupid ass boy. Get over it. Like, I get depression on a level that's just like life in general and like things that have just happened to you over the years. But over a fucking boyfriend, you had 4 months of depression because of a fucking boyfriend that left. Like, who's a vampire and almost got you killed in the first book? Seriously? So then she's going through it apparently, and then she goes to the werewolves. She starts hanging out with the werewolf group and Jacob, and she has this motorcycle because I said, and I quote, because she was trying to get a thrill, because every time she put herself in danger or was in a dangerous situation, she would always see Edward in her fucking peripheral mind or whatever it was. She would always see like a vision of him telling her to stop or like, this is wrong, like, shouldn't be doing this, you're putting yourself in harm's way. And I'm like, that's the only reason she kept doing shit that would get her killed, was because she would see Edward. And I was, at this point, I was like, little 6 over here, just like, girl, he's not worth it. He's not worth it. If you ever get any choose your own adventure books, I recommend Journey Under the Sea, Mystery of the Maya, Journey Beyond Space, and The Prisoner of the Ant People. Okay. I think I might have heard Mystery of the Maya, but I can't be entirely sure. But I would definitely check those out. I'll definitely check those out if I'm looking for a book. What else is there? Okay, so she did that. 6 explains Twilight New Moon. Hope you're enjoying. So so then she's doing this while also like hanging out with Jacob. And Jacob is like, he has a crush on her since the first book, movie, whatever the fuck, I can't remember right now. So the first book, he had a crush on her, like he had a little crush on her because they were kids and they grew up together technically, and like he just had a little crush on her. And so in the second book, this crush really comes into play because Edward decided to dump said girl's ass because he almost got her killed, so he has to leave her. He's got to leave her be, or else she's gonna get killed. So dumb shit. So anyways, she does that. Goes on an adventure with Jacob, starts learning about the werewolves and the tribe's history with wolves in general, and like the pale ones, as they call them, which is the vampires. So they have like the werewolves are basically protecting humans from vampires And the vampires shouldn't be killing the humans or turning them into vampires because then it breaks their treaty that they have to stop it. It's just insane. So they were telling the story about the tribe and like the one tribe leader's love that she sacrificed herself to save the people. Also how like the werewolves, they never age after they like transform. So like their body physically matures to like a 20-year-old and then they just stop aging. Because as long as they continue to turn into a werewolf, they stop aging. The moment like when they stop turning into a werewolf consistently is when they start to slowly age again. Until they turn back into a werewolf and then it just stops all over again. And so I was like, okay. So you can effectively just live forever as a werewolf. Got it. Got it. Unless you die. Got it. And so Jacob, she got this whole story. And then the more she hung out with them, the more like they were like pretty much being like friends with her, being nice. And then they like at one point they were at the beach and she was with them and they were jumping off cliffs and shit like that into the water. So it's like cliff diving in the water below. And Jacob was like, "Oh yeah, they do this all the time. It's like a thing they do." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I should do that." Looking at it cuz she's like, "Oh, this is definitely going to get me to see Edward again. I'm totally going to do this and then I'll see him once again." And he's just like, "Okay, like I'll go with you and do this with you so like we can, you know, so like you can learn, do this and be fine." And it's like, "Okay, that seems better because you have someone who's done this multiple times to help you. It'd be fine. You know, it's going to be fine. Completely okay." So I don't know what happens exactly, but while that's happening, there's a vampire army coming for her ass because in the last book, she killed somebody's mate. And so now they're like, the mate is angry and trying to get revenge on her. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. These people are fucking insane. So then she goes, so then as she's with Jacob and all that, she ends up getting turned away a lot because he's turning into a werewolf. But she doesn't, like, quote unquote, doesn't know he's a werewolf or everyone else is a werewolf at this time. They just, like, we're listening to, like, the lore of, like, when they were telling them the story and stuff, that was just like, oh, yeah, it's just a tribe story passed down from generation to generation type thing. And so she, she was being turned away because Jacob was turned into a werewolf. And she was constantly getting pushed away. So then once that happened, she started going into a depressive spiral again because he's avoiding her, quote unquote, she thinks. And I just like, well, I was like ready to just pick her up by the fucking collar and be like, "Bitch, I swear to God, don't place your whole worth on men. Like, you are your own person, my God." And then at some point, she ended up going there. The werewolf crew came up because they were going to, like, check on Jacob and stuff. And so she, like, starts screaming at them, saying, like, "This is all your fault. You put him into a cult. Blah, blah, blah." And shit happens. This is the best telling of Twilight I've ever heard. You're welcome. I can, like, if I've read the books before or if I've seen a movie, I can tell you what my real feelings are on these fucking books and movies. So, like, yeah, so she's like, "You did this to him into a cult." And he's getting angry because apparently the werewolves have a fucking anger problem or something. Because then they, like, really turn into werewolves and they fucking attack you. Even if you're, like, their chosen mate, like, their bonded mate, like, the person that they're supposed to be with, they'll still attack you, apparently. I'll get to that in a minute. But so he turns into a werewolf, which is the leader of the pack. Turns into I'm doing this way more than the movies. So he turns into a werewolf, right? I have to rewatch these movies now to get a fresher instance of these. But she get like she gets up in his business. He gets angry and turns into a werewolf. And like he's gonna attack her because obviously he's fucking angry. So then what happens is Jacob comes running out to save her fucking ass because she's gonna get fucking nuked. And so he turns into a werewolf and she's just like, huh? Just huh? Like surprise Pikachu face. Hey, they're werewolves. So then they go and they fight and they like they're fighting into the woods. They just disappear into the woods fighting each other. And the others that are there are like, come on, we gotta go meet them now and make sure that they didn't kill each other. And it's like, we're not gonna talk about the fact that those two grown ass fucking wolves are fighting each other to the death in the goddamn forest? Sure, why not? It's completely okay. Sure. So then they take her to the leader's house where he lives with his mate, aka his wife, his girlfriend. I don't know if they were married at this point, but like the chosen one, just like there's chosen ones for vampires. I don't know how that works. Wolves, I guess, but like I can't. I don't know about the vampires, man. The vampires one still like logistically, I can't think of that one. I can't logistically think how that true pairing goes with vampires. I don't. I can't wait for the summary of Breaking Down Part 2. The final film pissed me off so much. Oh yeah, I'll get that. I'll do that one next time. This one right now is like the new moon. So anyways, they go there. They meet his girlfriend or wife. I can't remember if they were married again. So they meet her, which her name's Emily. And she's like basically pack she's part of the pack, so she's pack alpha female, basically the female alpha. She's basically that because of the alpha that's her partner. So she's basically feeding these people because they eat like fucking monsters, man. You know, like when someone says men have a like boys have a big appetite, this is an understatement for those fucking werewolves. That is an understatement. An understatement. Because they're fucking eating everything. She has to make so much for them. And I'm like, okay, well, okay. And so, like, when they finally, like, when Bella finally meets her, she sees that, like, her face is mangled a little bit. Not full, not bad, but it's mangled where you can tell, like, there's, like, three scratches going across her face. Hold on. Give me a second. This calls for more interactive. Give me a second. So like there's like 3 scratches on her face or so I can't remember exactly, maybe 4, but it's werewolf paws, man. So it's basically werewolf claws and stuff like that. Yes. Okay. Okay. Give me a second. I gotta do something real quick. Give me a second. Okay. It's being its fun self today. Okay, CPU. We got this. We got this. Give me a second. I gotta fix this one out. Okay. Got to be slow about it. Computer, I love you. Please. Please work. I'd love it if you'd work. Yeah. Oh my god! Finally! Holy shit, it did it. Okay. Just being weird. Anyway. I would love it. I have to reopen it. I'd love it. I love it. Where was I on this? Yeah, there's 3 marks on her face, right? There are 3 marks on her face. They're like not small gashes, but they're like they were very prominent. Like you could tell, like they were very prominent. Okay. Oh, brain. Wall. Give me a second. All right. So, anyways, she has like three like I'm using my hands now at this point. She has like 3 scratches on her face, and so that happens. She has 3 scratches on her face, and like the werewolves are all like they're all packed in and stuff. And they told her like before, like don't stare. Sam doesn't like it when they stare at her. You know, like don't stare at her. Don't do it. And I'm just like, okay, so okay, I'm like, okay, this is a story. Sure, why not? Okay. Uh so like sure, why not? And where was I again? So yeah, she sees it, and so she kind of asked, like, hey, like asked everyone around the table, is like, kind of, hey, like, what happened? And it's like, oh yeah, Sam did this to her because the guy's named Sam. She's like, yeah, Sam did this to her. He like lost control one day and like ended up like attacking her, and now like everyone like, and I watched all of them. These movies are so stupid, right? Right? These movies are really dumb. Um, they are very dumb, very dumb. So it happened with so yeah, so they're like, yeah, don't stare. He doesn't like it because he feels guilty about what he did to her and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Okay, I guess. I guess this is it. I guess this is it. Like, I guess. Sure, why not? Just like, sure, why not? This is sure. This is it. Where was I on this one? Okay, and so after that, everything was fine. Like everything was fine after that. Like she was good. They like did their thing. Um, and then like so she ended up like so she ended up becoming like one with them in a sense. Uh, and so she started hanging out with them more often. During the time, I think it was no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. I can't remember. I think during that time when she was like through her depression phase with the fucking werewolves and stuff, um, she ended up like she ended up she ended up like doing a whole bunch of stupid shit. Like she ended up doing so many stupid shit. Like I can't tell you. I can't tell you how much stupid shit she did. Um, she ended up like riding motorcycles with these people outside the bar. She would like go downtown in the middle of the night in like the worst way, like the worst places ever, so she could see Edward during the time that she wasn't with Jacob. And then like when she started hanging out with them again, she like started hanging out with the werewolves, and the werewolves fucking And the werewolf started bringing her in, and then all of a sudden, like, you're learning about them, and you see some of them with their partners. Let me tell you, we need a full stream of 6 retelling movies like this. Maybe we'll get one of those. We'll get one of those of me describing the entire Twilight series, except for new movie. So like, yes. So I could tell you movies. I could give you an explanation of movies. Any type of movie that I've seen. Definitely could do it. um what was it? So then she started meeting with them, and they were like talking, and they have a reservation high school that they go to. And so like one of them has a partner that is in high school with them as well. And since she is like his true partner, that she what is it? This true partner, they basically tell her the whole story, and like she knows about the werewolves. Um and then okay, there's another one. There's another one that I am so fucking confused about. It's just confusing, okay? The fact that this bitch is here with all these people, the werewolves mostly. They're here with all the werewolves, right? She's here with all these werewolves. And then there's two, I think it's two or one. I can't remember if it's two or one of them. I can't remember if it's two or one, but it's one of them. One of them I know for sure, for a fact, is in love, or not in love, but is a partner, like true partner with the main, like the main pack's alpha females. No, so it's the alpha female's cousin's daughter. Let this sink in. Cousin's daughter. Cousin's daughter. Like, let that sink in for a minute. Let that sink in for a minute. It's the cousin's daughter. The cousin's daughter. And you may ask, 6, how old was said daughter? Maybe she's like their age, 15, 16, right? She is 3 years old. 3 or 4 years old. She is that tiny. That small. That fucking small. She is that small. That young. Yeah, exactly. 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 Me as an adult now is like, wait a minute, that's fucking weird. Me as a teenager, you know, we ain't thinking. Our frontal cortex as teenagers isn't there. It's not there yet. It's fine. It's fine. It's not there yet. But one day it may be. One day when we're older. Yeah. So as me, teenager, or if you're a kid reading these, you don't think that that's a problem, right? You wouldn't think that it is a problem. Like, you wouldn't think about it in general if you're a kid. You just don't think about it. As an adult, though, I'm just like, this I need to call CPS. I need to call CPS or some shit. This is wrong. This is so fucking wrong. And it's like, and so she's sitting there, on the beach with Jacob, and they're talking, and she's like, wait a minute. So this guy, she's like, wait a minute. So this guy is partners with the child. And Jacob's like, yeah, she is. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I was just like, what the fuck? So, like, it was just with the child. And she's like, how does that fucking work? And so he goes on to explain. He's like, well, they're not thinking of them as a romantical sense, blah, blah, blah. They're basically going to be like their best friend, their brother, and such until they're old enough. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're old enough. And she's like, oh, there is a word for that. It starts with a G. It starts with a G and ends with room. They're gonna wait till they're legal. Exactly. Okay, you get it. Exactly. You get it. So the entire time, I need a drink because I'm talking a lot on this one subject here. So, yeah, they were gonna wait till they're old enough. They were gonna wait till they're old enough. And she's like, "Oh, okay, that tracks." Girl, girl, that does not. No. And then I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Now I was like, as I was thinking about it, I was like, wait a minute. She's a teenager and her boyfriend is like 200 plus years old. I can see why she doesn't see a problem in it. Like, now I can see why she doesn't see there's a problem. And I'm just like, oh, girl, no. So then that happens. And then during this entire time, she's still trying to like see Edward and stuff. And it's just like, she still misses Edward, obviously. And like, I think the more she starts doing things, what is it? The more she starts doing things, the less he starts appearing. Like, because I think it's like because she's getting happy, and with someone her actual age, with her actual age, and she was finally happy, that she was finally happy, and she was with someone her actual age. He started disappearing. So she panics. She panics hard. And she's like, what's the next thing that I can do that will make me see Edward? Like, which one? Which was the next thing? Everything I've done now isn't working anymore, right? So then she gets the bright idea. The bright idea on a nice, rainy, stormy afternoon. On a nice, rainy, stormy afternoon, she gets this bright ass idea to be like, you know, I should probably go jump from this cliff with the water below and do what they did. Maybe then he'll pop back up. Right? Right? So, she, in the middle of this storm, the storm that is going on, she is losing it. I think she goes on her motorcycle or something, and she is driving to the cliff. She gets to the cliff and she's standing there. She's like, yeah, 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 this'll do it. And she's like, yeah, this is gonna do it. This is gonna be the thing. And I'm just like, girl, it's not worth it. He's not worth it. If you're doing this shit, this is not healthy. This cannot be healthy. This is not the way. This is not the way to go. So then she's like, okay, I gotta do this. And then so like he pops up. Because this is side note, talking about Twilight. I remember Burger King commercials of two women in their 40s arguing over Team Jacob and Team over. Oh my god. You do not even know. Oh, the fact that it was going on in general, even in school, people were like, Team Jacob, Team Edward, and they would get a fight. They were getting fights over it. It was so dumb. It was so dumb. It was so unbelievably dumb that they were getting fights over that. So, in that time, he's like, don't do this. This isn't smart. You shouldn't do this. Like her conscience in the form of Edward apparently came up and tell her this. She's like, but if I don't do this, you're gonna disappear and I'll never see you again. Just, I'll never see you again. Just, So she's like, she's determined to do this bullshit. And I'm like, girl, even I'm not that stupid to do that over a fucking boy. Touched you, and she went, just, can't. Just, I can't. No. You're welcome. I told you. I had to give you the experience with these hams. They're a little fucked up. But I mean, this is all in like the fastest time that I could get it in. Oh my god, please, for the love of God. Okay, cool. My headphone wasn't getting in. There we go. My headset's back in. I was talking for so long, my headset died and I had to put in another one. So, like, I'm just like, what the fuck? It's so dumb. So, it was a great time, it was a great fucking time watching that as she's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna jump. She's like, I'm gonna fucking jump. I'm gonna do it. you know? And he's just like, don't do it. And she's like, no. So then she ends up jumping off. She just straight up jumps. And like, it's not like normal choppy waters. It is stormy choppy waters. Like stormy choppy waters. And she gets under the water and she starts drowning. Bright idea, girlfriend. She starts drowning. And in doing so, I think like some life flashes before her eyes or something stupid. I don't know. I don't remember what was flashing before her eyes or whatever. I honestly didn't care at this point because I'm like, if you're doing this all because of a guy, my girl, this is not healthy. This is absolutely not healthy. Do not do this. Do not do this. And um, so then afterwards, I think was it Jacob finds out? Like Jacob finds out what was happening. I think so did the other wolves. So they ended up finding out like she was going to. Okay, so they figured out she was gonna go jump off the cliff to the water, during the stormy ass weather, because she's definitely a smart person. 10 out of 10 would know what she's doing. Not at all emotionally distressed and shouldn't be left unchecked. No, not at all. Mm-mm. So then she big brained, right? She is the biggest brain, right? She just, a depressed teen with suicidal tendencies totally can be left alone. Especially if she's been doing some things that she probably wouldn't normally do, she's just being a teenager, being a teenager. So he ends up finding her, saves her life because she was on the brink of death. She was on the brink of death. Let me tell you, she was on the brink of death. And then, so during that time, guess who calls our house? Guess who calls our house? Alice. Alice calls her house. Right? Alice calls her house. Mm-hmm. And I can't remember who answered the phone. Somebody answered the phone and they said, "Oh, Charlie's at a funeral." And this was for someone else. This wasn't for Bella. And so they took it as, I will say, I did like Alice was cool. Alice was cool. I will not lie. Emmett was also pretty cool too. Emmett was fucking hilarious. He's so stupid, but he was so funny. um so then, yeah, they said, oh, he's at a funeral like he went to a funeral. And so they took it as, oh, it's her funeral. So she did die. And then Edward caught wind of it. And so he was like, I can't live without her. No, I can't do it. No, I'm going to go kill myself. So he literally does. He literally goes to do that. He goes into Italy. He goes to Italy, mind you, to this town, small city town, whatever it was, that the vampires basically are council over. And he's gonna expose himself so he dies, right? Because the punishment for exposing yourself as a vampire is death. So he was gonna do that, right? He was going to do that. And then what was it? Alice ended up going, I think, back, finds Bella alive, and she's like, "What are you guys doing here?" And they're like, "We thought you died." And she's like, "What? No, I didn't die. What are you talking about?" They're like, "The funeral and then my vision and blah blah blah." She's like, "Wait, the funeral? Like my dad went to someone else's funeral, not mine. What are you talking about?" And she's like, "Oh no." And Bella's like, "What do you mean, oh no?" And she's like, "I may have told Edward that Charlie went to a funeral and he might have thought it was your funeral and he may or may not be going to kill himself right now." And she's just like, "What?" She's like, "We need to leave. We need to leave. If we're gonna save him, we have to fucking leave." So then they get on a motherfucking plane to Italy. They're going to Italy, right? So they go to Italy, and it's like a race against the clock or whatever it was because he's getting ready. He's already in there, ready. He's inside this town getting fucking ready. So he's waiting for what is it? He's waiting for like everyone to get into this square, right? Little square. Where everybody like pretty much gathers for the rest of the thing and they're there. Um uh because it's like a whole parade that goes through the entire like city, and then that like they end in like this big like town center, like the town center. um and I'm just like, girl, girl, oh my god. So they're speeding because apparently these vampires can go over 200 miles per hour in a car and be completely fine. I don't know, man. I don't even know how they don't get pulled over by a cop or something. But then again, they're going way too fast, so then they probably can't. But anyways, um, what else was there? So then they, so then afterwards, they get there. They get to the town, right? They get to the town. They're fast as fuck. Exactly. I gotta go home now. But keep going. Okay, I will. I will. So you can hear the rest of it, Striker. But anyways, so they get there. Of course, the city is completely covered with people, and so they're trying to drive this small ass, even though it's a small ass car, through these narrow ways. Like through these narrow ways, they like it's not going to do anything. Like it's not going to do anything at all. Like it won't do anything because they're all in the center and they're driving a car through so many people. And of course, there's not a lot of people that can just move magically out of the way, you know? So then Bella gets out running. She starts booking it. She's running and running, right? She's running to go see him. And she basically, I think Alice tells her like where she's gonna be and she needs to go in that direction or whatever. So then she ends up going in whatever direction fucking she was told to go. She went whatever direction. I don't know. Fucking hell. So then she goes running off to go get her boyfriend, and he's hiding in the shadow, got a red cloak on because he's ready. He's ready. And then like once everybody's there, quote unquote, like once everybody is there at the center, um, he like gets there. He starts pulling the cloak off, and he's walking out. He's ready, eyes closed. Everything is fucking like, oh my god, for being a vampire, he's fucking hairy as shit. Not gonna lie. Which kind of sucked, honestly. It kind of ruined the immersion a little bit. Um, so then like he walks out, he's ready to go. And then she's running and she can see him as he's like starting to walk out and he's all sparkly glitter with his syphilis. And she's like, "Edward, no, don't do it, Edward, don't do it." And like he just was like, "Bella, no, you can't be alive. What?" And so, like, she ends up like in the best terms, she tries to tackle him. Obviously, that's not gonna work because he's like fucking boulder that can't move. And so she ends up like trying to like human equivalent of a tackle, but it just ends up like covering him. And she's like, "No, we gotta go back. You gotta go back. You gotta stop this. You shouldn't kill yourself. No." But it was kind of like already too late because the vampire council got a like they kind of notified about it already, and so it kind of almost happened. Like he was like, this close to being exposed, and so like they found him. At least Robert Pattinson became Batman years later, so that's a plus. That's true. He, after doing Twilight, he went off to do a lot of better movies. I think Water for Elephants was one of them that he was in. Of course, Batman. He went into Batman. Um, there's a lot that he did, and so then that happens. They get taken by these two assholes. I think it's brother and sister that are part of the Bertoli Totteroni ravioli. I don't know. I honestly don't know how to pronounce their thing. Their name. I have no idea. And so they take them, and of course they're getting like there's people getting tours around this place, and then like there's apparently like a place they're giving tours to these people. I don't know, man. They're giving there's tours for like tourists, and so like, hmm, give me a second. So then they get pulled into the council, and they get a talking to like they like the leader of them is like trying to be all benevolent. He's trying to be so benevolent and being like, I understand, like you tried to do this and you didn't really give us like you didn't really like expose yourself. But I know the law dictates that we have to kill you regardless because you were gonna expose yourself. But I can't pass it up because you two have such great gifts. So I was just like, I'm sitting here like, you're a fake as fuck motherfucker. I will throw you into the sun and you will combust into dust so fast because you're so fucking old. And so like, mm, mm, mm. I just like, I don't know. Mm, mm. As my hands go crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, so like, so he's doing that because apparently the vampires have special gifts. And they can like some can read minds, others can do things physically, other things can do them mentally, or like some can like what is it? Some literally can like throw lightning at you, stuff like that. And I'm just sitting here like, okay. And so that's why he didn't want to, because Edward can read minds and Alice can tell the future. And he wanted those two gifts because he tried to recruit them or something. And they were like, nah, man, you fucking shady, you shit. We ain't joining that shit. Um, so then they were going to kill Bella, I think, at some point. I don't know. Because she knew she was a human and she knew about their secret and she still wasn't a vampire. Because Edward was against turning her into a vampire when she was 17. I mean, like, at this point, what does it matter? What does it matter? You're literally, like, she's gonna age. Just fucking turn her at 17. Who fucking cares? I don't care. She obviously didn't care too, because she was trying to badger him into doing it later on, but like that's later on. Um, uh, but yeah, so she ended up doing that. So then they gave them like an ultimatum of basically like if she's not turned into a vampire within three 3 years or something. I think like when she was 18, because I think they're like wanted 3 years or something. However old she was in 18 or whatever. So like they said now like if she wasn't turned into a vampire on this so-called date that they would kill the whole family and her too. So I was like, okay, well, I guess. The only reason they got leniency is because the two vampires there that had powers that he wants and he doesn't want to force them. Like he doesn't want to force them into anything. And I'm like, please, you're fucking lying sack of shit. Manipulative bastard. So then after that, they go back home. They go back. They move back. Like the vampires, the whole family moves back. into Washington again. And she, of course, is happy because he's back. And like, what is it? Her dad obviously was like, I don't like this kid. I don't like this man. He made you go into like 3 or 4 months of depression after leaving you high and dry. Like, no. And I'm like, I feel so bad for her dad because this entire time he's getting the emotional whiplash that is Bella and Edward, because they are so on and off again so much. Like, they're fighting and then they're not fighting and then they're fighting and then they're broken up and then one disappears for so long and then they're back together again and then everything seems okay. It's I swear to God, her poor dad. Her dad did not deserve any of this shit. And so after that happened, they get wind. They get wind of vampires. You know, they get wind of other vampires coming in. They get wind. Get wind of the vampires, you know? They get wind that other vampires are trying to come and kill Bella because it's the one girl. Right? Is that what it? Because I don't think it's Eclipse. Is it Eclipse? Hold on. I gotta look this up now. Give me 2 seconds because I can't remember if this part was part of the Eclipse book or it was still part of New Moon. There we go. No, give me the synopsis for this goddamn movie so I can see what it is. Okay, no one cares about you guys. I'm so bad. The plot. Give me the plot here. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, impressed by a human's willingness to sacrifice her life, blah blah blah. So, oh yeah, they leave because Alice gives the vision that she's going to be turned into a vampire at some point in time, and they're like, okay, then we'll let them leave. Okay, yeah. So that is part of Eclipse, the one part I was talking about with the vampires. It does show a little bit, I believe, in the beginning of New Moon. No. Nope, we're okay. All right. So, anyways, I'm getting to the actual end of this movie now. So then they get back. Dad's obviously not happy. Edward is being Edward, and so she's like really demanding to be a vampire. She's like, turn me now so like we don't have to deal with this shit. And he's like, I won't do it until you marry me. Bullshit. Like it says he doesn't want to. And plus like the whole treaty of like the vampires can't like turn another person into vampires while they're at this place. I mean, technically they literally could have taken her out of state or out of like Forks, Washington, and done it somewhere else and then brought her back and it would have been fine. Like, it straight up would have been fine. I think at least that's a way to get past it. Let me see, where else is this? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, basically only agrees to like do it if she like he basically agrees to only turn her into a vampire unless they marry, and then it like draws out until she's 18. But that's in the next movie. But yeah, also, and Rosalie is a complete actual bitch this entire movie. And the first movie. First and second movie, she's an entire bitch. Because she's like, I don't want Bella to be a vampire. Yeah. And then, like, all of that. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Okay. But all of that literally gets explained in the next movie. And I'm just like, ugh. So they kind of leave you on a cliffhanger on New Moon. That is literally New Moon. I'll make sure I get brushed up on my knowledge with Eclipse, because Eclipse is the next movie that comes up. And this one is just another. Oh my god, the love triangle hurts so much. Like, it's not even a good love triangle. It's a why is this even happening triangle. But then again, it's also her fault too. She like has been leading Jacob on since Edward left, so like it's her fault for this whole problem. Anyway, but like that happened. Uh that's the entirety of New Moon via 6. Through 6's vision. What happened? What did I miss? The hostages hit me in the head and I manifest out. Oh, you missed 6 time. Like movie with 6 time. Just movies with 6 where 6 explains the entire plot of New Moon to everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Stardust. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I take my bow. I take my bow. But yeah, no, I explained the entirety of New Moon because I got in a rant about it. So I went off just going, I hate New Moon. most of like the Twilight series is just horrible in general. It's so bad. That was literally almost an hour of me talking about New Moon. But yeah, that is New Moon. Next time I stream, it's gonna be Eclipse. Next time I stream, I'm gonna tell you all about Eclipse. But yeah, that is New Moon. If you want to ask me any other questions about the Twilight series, I will tell you my opinion. Can't wait for Breaking Dawn parts 1 and 2. Oh, I have so much to say about Breaking Dawn. I have so much to say about that movie. So much. Especially the second part. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I had the drinks. Thank you, thank you. Oh, now, was it everyone has something to say? Everyone has something to say about Breaking Dawn Part 2. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Breaking Dawn Part 2 is the worst of them all. I'll go and check on real quick. All right, Lovies. All right. Okay. Yeah, no, I have a lot to say about Breaking Dawn. Both part 1 and part 2. Part 1 less so, but it's still fucking annoying. Like less so for part 1. So like less so for part 1, but more part 2. Part 2 I got a lot to say cuz a lot happens in part 2 that is just like why is this even happening? Yes. What is it, uppies? What did you do? You know you're gonna pay my internet bill if something happens, right? Or done what? You know you're gonna pay my internet bill if they're gone? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're paying my internet bill. Good luck. You're paying my internet bill now. But yeah, this was 6th time talking about New Moon. Tomorrow will be Eclipse. And I can't wait to tell you about that story. Woo! Oh, Eclipse was beautiful. Man. Yeah. Can't wait for it. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. I am glad you're looking forward to it because it's gonna be a ride. It's gonna be a ride. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Kyle, we're doing it. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to this now that I've like finished my finished my rant for the stupid movie New Moon. I skipped Twilight in general and just went to New Moon because I was like, I gotta talk about this one so bad. Let's see. He grinned, apparently enjoying the movement. Yes, Kyle, we're doing it just like in the movies. I know that when you think of a knife fight, you think of two swords or two Jedi facing off each other with blades. Um, he grinned, apparently enjoying the movie. Where is it? But it's not supposed to go like that. And right now, you're about to lose the biggest edge you had. She finally slid her knife out of the lock, releasing Kyle, who seemed completely oblivious to the fact that their footing had changed. Once Six is down recapping all the Twilight movies, she'll do 50 Shades of Grey. Is it bad that I've only seen two of them and I didn't want to watch the other one? Ooh, I have so much to say about the first one too. I have so much to say about 50 Shades of Grey, the first movie. The second movie, I don't remember too well. This means Six is probably gonna have to watch these movies and suffer so I can tell you a recount of how horrible these are. And then that you saw the first two in general. I know. I know. Okay. The first one I saw was because my friend wanted to see it, and I was like, sure, we'll go see this movie. We'll see how like it is. Because we've had another friend who bought the books and read the books and like was telling us about it, and we're like, it kind of sounds okay in the books, but like how are they gonna translate that into a movie? Like how are they gonna translate this into a movie, you know? Mm, mm-mm. The movie was rough. Let me write it down so I don't forget, so I remember. We're gonna talk about this after the Twilight series happens. Uh, I'll talk about it in a minute. Let's see. All right. Boop. Okay. All right. So we finished New Moon. Let me write that down. New Moon. I don't need to talk about Twilight because everybody knows about Twilight. Okay. Okay. Then it's Eclipse. Oh, I can't wait to talk about that one. The bullshit that happens in that. Then you got Breaking Dawn. One and two. I'll see if I can fit both of them together, but I am not entirely sure I can fit both one and two together, depending on how long I rant about one. Hi, Papa. And so it's 50 Shades, right? Okay. I got another one. I'm gonna have to watch. How many movies are. I know there's one and two, and I think I've seen both. Girl, if you ever do a Madam Web, I would be the happiest follower in the world. I will look that up. I will look up Madam Web. I mean, I'll check it up. Guys, I can also tell you the most funniest movie I've seen. That's Five Nights at Freddy's esque, and it's I think it was Willy's Fun Time. Willy's Playtime, something like that. I can't remember the name, but it did start with Willy's, so I'll have to double check on that one though. I get to tell you about that movie. That movie is funny as fuck. It's so dumb and funny. I love it at the same time. But I will check out Madam Web, see what that's about, and see if it works or not. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Okay, that actually was a good movie with Nick Cage in it. It was good in the fact that it was so funny and so dumb at the same time. Like, it didn't take itself seriously, and I was so glad for it. It was a very good movie, though. I watched it with friends, and it was just funny. It was just a funny movie to watch. There was another one I watched that was fucking weird. It was good. What was it called? It's considered a like quote unquote horror movie, but it's not really. God, I hate ads. I'm getting 2.5 minutes of them right now. Yeah, it happens. Willy's Wonderland. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The two W's, right? Because like Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That thing. Okay. Willy's Wonderland. Okay, cool. Okay, those are the ones I got to talk about whenever next streams, whatever streams I get, I'll talk. So I'll start. I'll wait till everybody comes in before I start ranting. Okay, so yeah, I'll look up those. Uh, it's fun, great, 10 out of 10. Okay, let's see. She finally slid her knife out of the lock, releasing Kyle, who seemed completely oblivious. He was so bad at this that he didn't even have an awareness for what it meant to have her with her back against the wall. Ooh, against the wall, but what Kyle lacked in brains, he made up for physical size, and Beth was still left with the problem of how to get around his reach. Kyle was doing too good a job of controlling the space between them. She couldn't go straight for his chest like she had before. Not that she intended to strike him in the chest. She hadn't forgotten the rules. His reach made it equally difficult to go around him. Going over him was certainly out of the question, which meant that her opening had to be from underneath. A stab to the groin would certainly be against the spirit of the rules, but she might be able to get a good shot at his legs if she could close enough to the floor. But there was no way to get under the arms from a standing position. If she was going to attempt a leg strike, she would have to commit to it. She needed to create an opening. She feinted sideways towards the wall. Unlike Kyle's attempt at a feint, Beth's move to the left served the dual function of placing her weight in a perfect position to push off her left foot, moving right when Kyle moved left. She made as if to swing at him from the right, which prompted Kyle to stab in that direction. And with his body moving left and his arm moving right, the reach of his arm was effectively reduced enough for her to slide under it. There was only one way to find out. She bent her knees, falling forward like a sprinter leaning forward on the starting blocks. There it was. He was twisted to the right, reflexively trying to kick at her. Finally, ads are over. I know. But with the ads, you get like an hour free of ads, allowing her to lunge forward and place her knife directly in the path of swinging legs. He was grunting. Whoa. He let out a panicked yelp. No, he wasn't twisting, he was falling. And with the way her knife was pointed up in that position to anchor herself directly into his belly if he fell on top of her. She reflexively tossed her knife to the side, hearing it clatter to the floor as Kyle's weight came down on top of her. His tumbling knee struck her directly below the chest, and she felt herself falling back, her head falling to the floor until the moment she felt the impact of the ground on her back of her head and everything went black. Oh, did she die from blunt force trauma? Ooh, Beth died of blunt force trauma. What is this? Teen transient. Teenage boy approached the counter, shoulders slumped forward, head down, eyes on the ground, up until the moment he looked up to order a drink. He was old enough that he could have passed for a young adult with a better presentation, but the posture coupled with the oversized backpack he was wearing was a dead giveaway. Introspective of his age, he was still just a kid. Can I get a Coke? An order befitting of a kid. Yeah, I think we can manage that, said Maddie. Think fast. Maddie turned around just in time to see the aluminum can hurling towards her. She almost caught it. The can rolled back towards Che, who scooped it off the floor. He hesitated the moment before setting it on the counter. No ice, right? Said Che. The boy nodded. No, or yeah, yes to no ice. Entire moon. Yeah, you did. You got the entire new moon without a recap. Exactly. Che cracked open the can and poured it into the waiting glass, which he then slid down the counter, pushing it gently enough that it came to rest in front of the teenage boy. Yeah, you got the new moon, and then tomorrow, I think I'm streaming tomorrow, is gonna be eclipse. So, The boy grabbed the glass. Thanks, he said. He glanced around the room. If you're looking for a place to sit, there should be a plenty of seats upstairs. The boy nodded and headed for the stairs, drink in hand. Plenty of seats down here too, said Maddie, turning to Che. Yeah, but I think upstairs is more to one's piece. Yeah. What did you just call him? Tuan? people have names, you know. That's the problem with having regulars. People expect you to remember their names. Though, now when I think about it, Tuan probably wouldn't mind finding out that you don't know his name. Can't have your name on Maddie's shit list if she doesn't know it. Should he be on my shit list? Nah, he's harmless. Maybe a bit susceptible to peer pressure, but I think that's why he comes here. To meet with peers? To meet people who aren't his peers. How many glum teenagers do you see around here? Too many. Maybe not enough. Please tell me you don't actually mean that. Teenagers have the highest noise to spending ratio of any demographic, not the glum ones. And if I were a glum teenager trying to find my place in the world and trying to carve out an identity for myself, I could imagine a worse place to do it than right here. Teenagers can go be glum somewhere else. Whatever happened to proper teenage delinquency? Got one hostage. Good, good. Be careful what you wish for, said Shay. Where am I? How did I get here? Hi, Cole. I'll go in. Oh, did you did you kidnap Cole? So Cole's effectively going to be part of paying my rent, my internet bill? Paying my internet bill? Nice. We've been mercifully delinquent free for quite a while now. Send help. I mean, as long as they send money, I'm not opposed to releasing you. Proper teen delinquents don't loiter in coffee shops, said Maddie. They set things on fire, spray paint alleyways, and stay out past curfew. Does the city have a curfew for minors? It should. Teens need to be able to break rules, and all the better if committing acts of vandalism at 11 p.m. gives them a 2-for-1. Maybe they should avoid delinquency and just stick to general mischief. Oh no, we already have plenty of mischief around here ever since Ashley set up shop. Got it. Said you needed a hostage. I found him in the street. Well, I mean, I do. At least somebody who can pay the ransom fee. Because you hit me with your car. Oh my god. Hey. This gonna be mean, but Uppies, were you able to see him over the car or was he below the car? Oh no. Many more crimes. What'll you do if he actually takes your advice? He won't. Peer pressure only works if it's from a peer. Someone of my age telling him he'll be cool if he starts swiping liquor won't do much to assure him that becoming a thief is ticket to popularity and acceptance. So find another teenager to tell him. I'll keep my eye out. Just oh, it finally opened. Alright. What's this one? Oh, this is billiards. Yoop. Billiards 3. Maddie came up the stairs to see Thomas standing over a sobbing Brad. Thomas looked over at her and she beckoned him over to the stairs. Excuse me, can you come downstairs for a moment? Thomas looked over at Brad, who was sitting on the floor, face in hands, still sobbing like a little bitch. I mean, he nodded to Maddie and followed her downstairs, leaving Brad to sort himself out in solitude. Was that what you rolled like when you? Oh my god. Oh my god, Uppies, no. I'm still spinning. Maddie slid behind the bar and Thomas sat down in front of her. What are we going to do here? Said Thomas, getting you away from him. I think he needs a few moments alone to get it all out. Some people like to cry with others, others like to cry alone. He doesn't strike me as the kind of person who likes to cry in front of others. Hi, Goldman. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome in. I am having a wonderful day. I'm doing great. You missed Six's TED Talk about New Moon. And I'm sorry you missed the wonderful retelling of a story that I thoroughly put all of my inputs in. Not my ribs and throat are hurting constantly. Oh, are you sick? Did you do something to hurt like your ribs? I know throat could be from like cold sickness or whatever, but like, did you hurt yourself? Some people like crying in front of others. All right, can I get you another beer? Thank you. I'll take a drink. Thank you. Ugh. I think I've had enough for one night, said Thomas. What did you tell him? Do you need to know? No. I think I slept. Ooh, so you slept on your stomach sleeping. Yeah, that could hurt a bit. Hopefully your ribs will be okay. Just make sure not to sleep on your tummy. That'll hurt them. Lizzie, look, I can show Six how I hit Cole with my car. What do you? Oh no, what do you mean? Uppies? What do you mean by that? What do you mean you can show me? Oh. Oh God. Jesus. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. But I hope your throat. It could be just the change of the season. Honestly, it'd be a change of the season. I know that happens. Some people get sick once it changes to like winter or summer, so it happens. So hopefully, like your throat's okay. Maybe drink some water. Make sure it's like not dry. It happens. Now it happens for sure. I hate you, uppies. Um, you owe me emotional compensation for that. But I think you're struggling to find it out yourself, and I think you might have an easier time understanding it if you tried to explain to someone. I'm only one here, so here's a quarter. Quarter's not gonna make it, buddy. Can you think? I think so. You can think inside your own head, or you can think out loud. If you want the latter, I've got ears. Thomas leaned forward, placing both elbows on the counter. I think I will have that beer, actually. You got it. What do you think I said to him? Are you asking me to guess? Okay, here's 2 quarters. No. Mm-mm. Too little. Are you asking me to guess? Said Maddie. Yep. I'm guessing that he's a kid who carries around a lot of painful truths. I'm guessing you told him a truth that turned out to be painful. I think you may be right. I think maybe I'll tell the truth too often. I've got nothing against the truth in principle, but not all truths have to be told. You're giving me $1? No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm not $1. My emotional compensation should not be $1. Do you suppose I ought to make up a story for him? I don't exactly understand what's going on between you two, but he obviously cares about what you think of him. He wants to impress you, but I think a false compliment will sting you worse. So what do you think I should do? The kid thinks I'm a damn hero or something. I think sometimes it's okay to give people what they want and not necessarily what they think they need. I get the impression that this would be his last chance to get that from you too. You may be right, but both the truth and the lies can hurt people. They can also build people up, making them feel better. When you tell a lie, you're the one that has control. You can lie to hurt people or you can lie to help them. Sometimes you hurt people without meaning to, but no matter how it turns out, it's on you. The truth isn't like that. You don't get to decide what the truth is. You can only say it, and whether it hurts someone or helps someone, well, that's up to them. Sometimes we hide the truth because we think it hurts. So, which is it? Thomas shook his head. Maybe it's neither. Maddie poured Thomas another Guinness. Lies of omission are lies, too. Sometimes concealing the truth is just as simple as saying nothing. Do you think you can hurt someone by staying silent? Maddie sits in the glass in front of Thomas. Do you think the truth hurts more? Thomas studied the drink in front of him. I guess there's only one way to find out. He got up from the bar, leaving the glass of beer undisturbed as he walked upstairs. Brad's eyes were still red when he saw Thomas walking up. He tried to focus on the pool table in front of him, doing his best to ignore the old man. It worked until Thomas put a hand on Brad's shoulder. Brad, do you know what the difference between us is? Brad shook his head. You played for glory, I played for money. Thomas paused. You know how we're similar? Brad shook his head. Neither of us played to win. I thought you said you were in it for the money, said Brad. Yes, but there are lots of ways to make money playing pool. Thomas leans against the table. I made my career on being predictable. There's a lot of money to be made if you can predict the outcome of events that seem like they're up to chance, especially when you're the one who controls the outcome. I looked at Thomas with confusion. Every single year I made the finals, I was favored to win. Betting odds were in my favor. I lost every time. Do you think that I lost every one of those games because of nerves? He shook his head. I played pool for less than 10 years, but I managed to make enough money in a few short years to retire. Do the math, kid. That money didn't come from tournament earnings. I let out a low whistle and looked at the famous Thomas Walsh with new eyes. You're not the man you think I am. Dad shook his head. I don't believe it. Old man turned away from him, almost like he was afraid to look Brad in the eye as he said it. Like I said, I have no regrets. I played for money, and as it turned out, that was the right decision for me. But for you, I can't imagine anything better than playing for glory. You're still a great pool player. No one can take that away from you, and you're a champ. That's something I don't have. You play from the heart. Well, maybe if I'd done the same, I'd have a title to my name as well. Thomas leaned against the table and nearly collapsed onto the floor. Brad caught him. The old man huffed a bit as he struggled on his feet. Plus, you've been drinking those fake beers all night. Maybe you ought to take a page from your playbook next time. Had enough pool for one night? Yep. As they walked downstairs, Thomas stumbled on the bottom step and Brad caught him. Feeling okay, old man? I won't be driving home tonight, that's for sure. Brad chuckled, and two of them walked out of the building. On the bridge out of the terminal, Brad looked at the old man, who barely seemed able to support his own weight. There was so little left of him, and yet the man could play. You're still an ace. You don't keep up that level of skill without a lot of practice. Thomas said nothing. You keep on playing even if you are tired. You say you didn't play from the heart. Bullshit. Thomas just smiled at him through weary eyes. At the end of the bridge, Brad paused at the threshold. I guess this is the end, said Brad. I guess so, said Thomas. They exited the terminal, and moments later, only one man remained standing outside as the other dissipated from existence, gone to meet whatever awaited him after death. Thomas raised an arm. Taxi. Brad died. Oh, that's sad. Brad was dead the entire time. That's sad. Thomas lived. Brad wasn't alive. Damn. Damn, that's sad. All right, let's see. I have a new perspective. Alrighty. Ashley's journal. Already done that. I can hold this. The fisherman one. Oh, wait. Is that the one I was looking for? I think it was the fisherman one I was looking for. I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Maddie was about to leave the counter when an old looking man pushed the door open. He was hunched over, and the walk was a bit of a limp, and even at the distance, she could see the leathery texture of his skin, a testament to many years well lived. Maddie had been about to leave the counter to Che, but there was something in the way the man walked that made her want to stay long enough to see if he had any special requests. She wasn't sure if she would like the man, and in fact, she was fairly sure that there was a good chance that she wouldn't have much to say to the man or much that she would be interested in hearing from him, but it was obvious that the man had paid his dues, and she felt like she owed him at least a few moments of her time. Even if he hadn't done anything in life worth of admiring, he at least had done enough to earn her respect. It was only when the man sat down that Maddie saw that his skin was cracked and not wrinkled. His body had been aged, but it did not had not been aged by the elements and the sun more than it had been aged by the passage of time. The slight limp in his step could have easily been the limp of a young man who had spent one day too many lifting loads that were 1 kilo too heavy for him. He took the seat directly in front of her. You serve food here? Apparently, the man was more interested in finding out what was on offer than figuring out where he was. Maddie kept herself from visibly smirking. There was something he liked about guests like that, people whose only question was what was on tap. Maddie glanced at Che. He gave a nod of assent. Yes, Che was willing to play the role of a grill master today. We do serve food. The man squinted up at the menu above him. My eyes don't work too well in this light. Got a paper menu? Maddie reached under the counter and pulled out a menu that looked just as aged as the man sitting in front of her. Its scars were from coffee stains, not cuts, as watched the man hold the menu, there was something about the combination of the two of them that felt right to her. The man stared at the menu for a good long deal long than it must have taken to read everything on it. He finally spoke after a long considered pause. Do you suppose it would be a problem if I were to order something if I didn't intend to actually eat it? That's not the kind of thing that would offend me. Actually, it was exactly the kind of thing that would offend her. Yet there was something in the way that the man asked that made her feel like whatever reason he might have for not eating food he was served, it would be a good one, and she was half interested to find out that the man's reaction would be. I'll have the grilled halibut. Halibut. She understood. Many people enjoyed the concept of grilled fish more than they liked it in practice, and if this man knew himself well enough to be upfront and honest about that, she could respect that. I can't promise that it's never been frozen. I hope that it's not a problem, she said. Sure, it wouldn't be. Sounds like my kind of fish, said the man. The best halibut swim in cold water. Ain't a problem if that water happens to be in solid form after the halibut passes. She nodded to Che, who nodded back and headed back to the freezer. The man placed both of his hands on the counter and folded them. There was something serene in the way that the man sat there with no inclination to glance around and inspect the cafe he was in. No nervous movement in his legs, no strained expression on his face to express that he was waiting for something to happen. He looked so calm that Maddie almost didn't want to disturb him, but she chafed. She chafed at the idea that only squeaky wheels were deserving of grease, while some wheels were just too polite to ask. Do you want a drink while you're waiting on that? I don't think I need a drink. All right. Picking up a whiskey bottle and placing it in the field of view, a reminder of what he was free to ask for. The man squinted. Is that Jack Daniels? Indeed it is. The man's shoulders rose a bit, in what looked like a barely chuckle. Got a fondness for a particular drink? It's just like we share the same name. I'm Jack Daniel. No relation to the distiller. I had several friends who took it upon themselves to check. As you might imagine, I've seen a lot of those bottles over the years. It's the kind of gift that people enjoy giving you when you have a name like that. Is it a gift that you enjoyed receiving? It's always a pleasure to receive a gift. It's nice to know that you have friends who care about you and think about you. It is a gift that you enjoyed consuming. I had a shelf in my flat where I collected them, waited for other people to come so I can have an excuse to open them. Ah, picking up the bottle and placing it below the counter. Sorry if I brought up a bad memory. He laughed. Where's the bad memory? They're all good to receive from friends and good to share with friends. It's a reminder of the people who I was close to and the things that I did with them. No need to apologize for that. Maddie smiled. She was beginning to find that she liked Jack, and it seemed like Jack was the kind of person who liked her. If for no other reason than he liked people and Maddie was people. She chuckled with him, and she enjoyed his chuckle so much that she almost missed Jack's momentary sideways glance and an underguarded moment when his mind seemed to be on something other than what she was talking about. It was only an instant that it was a flicker of pain that she learned to recognize over the years. There was something in him that was hurting, even if he remembered his friends, a sense of loss, a regret about something left unsaid. Maddie wasn't sure. Whatever it was none of her business, but she wanted it to be her business. Well, anything you want to just ask? Cup of water, warm glass of milk, warm glass of milk. How old do you think I am? Maddie shrugged. 5 or 6, just the right age to drink a tall glass of milk before being shooed off to bed at night. Bed at 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm just barely older. But if I do want that glass of milk, I guess I know who to ask. Yeah, I see it. I finally found it. I found the fisherman. Flemington's recipe. I think I've heard that already. Let's Go. Continue. Yeah. That was all of them. Ooh. Day 2, 8:15 p.m. outside the terminal. Ugh. I don't have the energy for this. Maddie's been running on empty for several days now. Especially when everyone watching me. I hope he packed enough conductors. My order form was pretty vague. I shouldn't be worrying about the conductors when I'm not even sure I can pull the whole thing off without some sort of major screw up happening. The supplier knew what I wanted the conductors for anyway, so he would have packed enough. A good supplier knows enough about their clients to anticipate their needs. There's a certain amount of nosiness that is polite after all. And he knows that I've got Ashley helping me. Helping me with what, Madeline? Oh, fuck, it's Ned again. Piss off, Ned. Fucking Ned. Rude. Fucking Ned. You should respect your elders, you know. Ned is not a young man, even by the standards of semi-mortals. God, listen to you. The council made you soft, didn't it? Oh, respect your elders. Follow all our total arbitrary rules, or we'll make up some cheap reason to destroy your business. My name's Ned, and I love rules. You done? Yep. Cool. You sound wounded. A steel chest wounded. A steel chest plate can save you from a bleeding heart, but not a bruised ego. Damn. You should be nicer. Wow, sick comeback. What was it? That guy you killed said? Oh Christ. I am shot. Oh no, woe is me. Just a little throwback humor for you. Did I strike a nerve? Damn, Maddie. She's brutal. Did I just what? Maddie? When Ned spoke next, it was in a deep, dark cadence steeped in guilt and self loathing. If Maddie had been able to see his eyes, she would have faced a withering glare. We're rapidly reaching a point of no return. I can no longer promise to shield you from the consequences of your actions. What you did just what you did just there, quoting one of my victims' dying words at me, that was low. Even for you. Frankly, I'm disgusted. Oh, you killed people, Ned? You dare you dare to poke at my guilt? You dare? Talk about guilt, shall we? I don't suppose you might have anything weighing on your conscience right now, would you? I don't know. As far as Maddie, she doesn't seem like she has anything. As I thought. They may still weigh heavily on me, but I am absolved of my sins. Some mortals' debts have some mortals' debts take a lifetime to work off. Ned had more than a few lifetimes. I had 100 years to process that and to redeem myself through my actions. Your sins are fresh. There are lance marks on your soul, deep cuts in your aura. Swallow your arrogance, novice. I know what you did. What did she do? Maddie's sins weigh heavily on Ned's mind. They weigh even heavier on hers. What did she fucking do? And I can't wait to see how you plan to make this right. Okay, episode 5. Rainy moods. Day 2, 8:30 p.m. The terminal. Oh, there's people. Oh, I can see people this time. Twan. Oh, is that the... Oh, it's the kid. Oh, it's the kid. Age 16, thinks he's smart. Not antisocial, just shy. Reached... Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles on optometry and considers himself somewhat an expert. Hannah. Age 16, knows she's too smart for her own good. Hobbies, people watching. Self-indulgent teen angst, taking advantage of the fact that she's too smart for her own good. So I'm not sure that alcohol actually makes you feel anything. In fact, going by its chemical properties, I'd say it's the opposite. Shut up, dork. We're planning a heist. Ooh. Metaphysical debates about alcohol can come after, but this isn't metaphysics. I'm just talking about the simple chemical interactions. Juan is a guy who has the look of someone who knows more about chemical interactions than human interaction. Down with our brains. Please take the energy you're putting into Pendery. Hannah's too busy with physical shenanigans to have the time for verbal shenanigans. Stream has been a blast, but I'm gonna head out, getting hungry. Of course, of course. Have a good food. Have a good time. Thank you for coming by, Star. The plan. The plan. What's the plan? I was thinking I could just reach over the bar and grab the first bottle I see. Sounds risky. Very chaotic neutral. Oh. Holy shit. Okay, that's Ashley. That's Keishan. That's Ned. He's lawful neutral. She's neutral evil. Neutral good. Chaotic good. Is Chase. So she is chaotic neutral. I don't know. I think she's right here. Ashley is chaotic evil. Oh my god. She's chaotic evil. Shit. Whoever these guys are. I don't know these guys yet. We'll see them probably later. And what's your alignment then? Wait, is that him? Neutral good. Who's neutral good? Yeah, so he's neutral good. And she's chaotic neutral. Not a true neutral. She's chaotic. So this is her. This is him. Okay. Got it. Now who are these two? Uh-huh. I'd say I was lawful neutral, but that's coward's opinion. Yeah. But getting back to the plan, yeah, she is chaotic, neutral. And he's neutral good. Oh. Using your own pedantry to distract you was absolutely part of the plan. Well, it's a little faith in me. Gotta minimize liabilities. And is still learning to trust this guy. He doesn't have the look of an interloper, but you can never be too safe. You're out here playing checkers while I'm playing 6-dimension upside down laser chess. Shit. I've galaxy brained this, and now I'm holding the fruits of my labor. Don't you mean our labor? If you insist. Give me a closer look at that. What sort of fruit did we pluck from the booze tree? Is this the condensed soul? Really stretching that metaphor out, huh? Is that the condensed soul? Uh-oh. Yep. I don't recognize that language on this label. Oh my god, they got the condensed soul. What? Let me look. What the hell? I don't recognize it either. Maybe it's a cipher? A cider is made from fermented apple juice. A cipher is made from fermented word juice. That's funny. Who'd make you read a cipher just to know what you're drinking? A sadist? Oh, we can ask Maddie what it is. She is a sadist, right? Sadist, what do you call someone who enjoys the empathetic pain they feel from hurting others? A sadist. Yeah, that idea sounds great. Let's go find her the. Apart from the fact that we specifically nicked it from her. Alright, you're meant to be the lawful one here, dude. We agreed on neutral good. Me not challenging your assertion does not make it an agreement. Regardless, wait, hold on. I sense a dark presence. Do you feel it? No, I don't feel anything particular spooky in the air. Yeah, me neither. Uh-oh. They got. They threw the bottle. Oh, thank God she got it. Hello, children. I see you stoop to petty thievery. Some of the bottles on the shelf are old enough that swiping them would be an act of grand theft. Not this one, however. Alas, sprung. Can't believe my heist career is over so quickly. Daw, don't give up on your dreams, kid. Speaking of, you know what happens when you drink this? I was assuming some sort of drunkenness. Does it make your teeth fall out? Well, last time I had a shot of this, I woke up in Adelaide. Wow. So the result was 700 kilometers worth of drunkenness and bad decisions, but I woke up 6 hours before I took the shot. Had to drive a rented car back and explain to Che why I've disappeared without a trace and somehow accidentally time traveled. Holy shit, can we give it a try? No. God, no. You ever heard of liquor licensing laws? I'd end up in jail. I think you'll be an excellent formative experience. Yeah, if you're not perpetuating teen drunk culture, you're a loser. Somehow I remain unconvinced by your passionate argument. Damn. Well, we tried. You kids have way too much time on your hands, you know that? Better than not having enough, right? I'm utilizing my time to practice my skills. It's not wasted. Well, the non-existent industry sector that relies solely on the skill of reaching over bars and stealing bottles of enhanced booze is gonna be lucky to have you. Ah, that's so validating. Thanks. Hi. Can I get you two a coffee or anything? Hot chocolate? I'm kind of busy tonight, but I'm hoping that bribing you with free drinks still stop you from nicking my shit. I'll take a free drink. I feel guilty taking one since it was all Tuan's idea. Hey! But I'll graciously accept your offer. Neat. What'll it be? Hot chocolates for both of us? Hot chocolates for both of us. Alrighty, two hot chocolates coming up. Seriously, don't steal anything else while my back is turned, or I'll feed you to spite and to a spite element. Hmm. Oh my goodness. I wonder. Spite elemental? Maybe it's a metaphor. Is she saying that she'll eat us? Is she the spite elemental? Oh no. Maybe the real spite elementals were the friends we made along the way. Damn. I hate this. Fair. Oh. 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 Who are you? Samantha, age 32, American? Question mark, visiting Melbourne for work. Devastatingly patient. Trust me, you kids don't want to meet a spite elemental. Have you? Yup. Got pretty close to not making it out. I guess you're in a fairly exciting line of work then? This woman's line of work might seem intriguing to some looking in from the outside, but to her, it's all business. It gets that way sometimes. But spite elementals aren't exciting, they're terrifying. They suck all the air out of your room and make the world ache. And they don't die easy. Huh? Kind of metal. You sure do need brass balls to face one down, that's for sure. And a steely gaze. What? Uh, because steel is a metal, and I said it. Oh, and I said it was metal, and then you mentioned brass balls. So, Hannah, please back me up. Nope, you brought this on yourself, mate. No, no. Nah, she's totally right. What's going on here? Are you bullying my customer, Samantha? Of course not. Good, because that's my job. You two should go enjoy the evening. There's a nice breeze blowing. You remember my name. That's sweet. Sweet isn't a word that people often use to describe Maddie. That's the kind of remark that says more about the person who's talking than the person they're talking about. Of course I did. You're interesting. Doesn't that describe everyone who walks through your doors, though? Absolutely not, especially not in the way that you are. Some people would take offense to that. Your boss must be very different to mine. Well, my old boss, I guess. My I'm my own boss now, actually. Maddie thinks she can make it all on her own. She just might turn out to be right. Apologies, your approach to hospitality work is very different from what I'm used to, is what I'm trying to say. Figures, where'd you work? Just some dive bars overseas. Just a wretched hive of scum and villainy. The owner would never shut up about treating every client like royalty. Sounds like a pain in the ass if you ask me. I'm not asking actually, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. So, can I get you anything? Surprise me. Would you like me to pick you something? Yep. Mind if I ask you a couple questions? Are they related to the drink? Yep. Shoot. Okay. What's your favorite white wine? You're not making me a wine cocktail, are you? No. I'm partial to a glass of Marseille every now and then. Fancy. Next question. Have you ever read a star chart? Like in astrology? No. Why? I don't put my stock in mysticism. But it's always fun to have mysticism. The wonder. The knowledge. Hey, this place isn't mystical. To some people, this place seems otherworldly. For others, this is just what the world they live in. It's built out of cold hard facts. I just don't know them all yet. Alright, fair enough. Last question. You're walking in the shadows of an ocean that seems to go on into the distance forever. You can't see any land aside from the sand under your feet. Whatever you step forward, the sand sinks just a little bit. As far as you can see, there's no way to escape. Drowning is the only possible outcome. What do you do? Wow, I feel like you're about to pull out a comp machine or something. It's obvious. It's obviously some sort of test. I'd run, I swim, I dive when I can, and even even if I eventually drown, so be it. There's nowhere else to go, and no point to sitting and waiting for starvation or sharks or someone to save me. I have to take action. Interesting. So, what's the verdict? Hmm. Samantha doesn't get a response. Maddie's eyes had glazed over as soon as she answered the last question, and now she stood perfectly still, gazing intensely at the rows and rows of dusty bottles lining dustier shelves. Her lips moved, but no words came out. As Samantha watched, a flask of red liquid twitched seemingly of its own accord. Maddie craned her neck up at it and scowled. In response, a smaller bottle next to the first, and surely only big enough to hold a few drops of something, began to glow. Her scowl shifted to a wry smile. Hmm. Oh. Please, you don't need to open anything new on my account. Gotcha. Hmm. Your answers were interesting. Coming from some people, that might sound like a non committal remark, but coming out of Maddie, it might be the most effusive praise you ever get. So, were your questions? I'm still having a little trouble figuring out how they relate to each other, though. Is that important? I'm trying to maintain a vague hope that maybe one day things might make sense. And until then, I just try to go with the flow, of course. Mm. Sorry for trying to psychoanalyze you there. Try. Do you think you failed? No. What's the verdict then? Well, for one, you tend to accept things as you see them. You don't try to interpret things based off of unrelated frameworks or thought patterns. That said, you do try and make sense of the connections between things when you can. Maddie's pretty sure she has all the pieces. She found that putting all the pieces together requires a bit more effort. But it's not a big deal to you if you don't. You just mark it as an unknown variable and move on. And that reads to me as an intensely pragmatic approach. Would you agree? I suppose. You're the sort who doesn't buy drinks to enjoy them. You buy them as camouflage. If you're experienced with pretending to be something you're not in order to blend in, you might develop a talent for recognizing when others are trying to do the same. To hide your face behind, to protect a veneer of being untouchable while you watch. Watch what? Everything, I suppose. You take everything in the same way I do. So you're saying that I'm attentive, but that I don't worry about instantly understanding how things are interconnected? Because you're you're confident that eventually you'll understand it anyway. How do you figure that? Been watching my hands the whole time. Is that weird? To watch an attractive bartender mixing a very fancy looking cocktail? To appreciate a craft? No. But given just how interested you are in the way my hands are doing, I'd wager that you've got some experience in my field. Gee. So are you just really bad at picking up on when you're being flirted with, or she's like, huh? Me too, buddy. Me too. That is me. Just, huh? She is me. It's fine, sweetie. In fact, it's pretty cute. I meant an alchemy. The field of alchemy. Uh-huh. I'm sure you're very accomplished in alchemy. Just take the drink. Shit, this is really good. Yeah. Too good to ignore, yeah. It's smoky but bittersweet. It's the contrast with the bitters that really makes you appreciate the sweetness, or is it the other way around? And almost makes me feel like I'm reaching the end of something, like I've got a lump in my throat from saying goodbye. But I can't quite tap into that feeling. Like, what did you even put in this? Alchemy. Just alchemy. That's what it is. Alchemy. Mezcal, artichoke bitters, golden heart bitters, and a slice of gorilla lime. Gorilla lime? That can't be a real thing. It's just hard to acquire. Called the because if you bite into it, it feels like you got punched by a gorilla. Physically? No, emotionally. That makes sense. I'm not a wizard. Prove it. Uh-oh. That guy, the boss you mentioned? Yeah. He's good to you? I'm sorry? Does he treat you well? Oh my god, this face. She's intense in it. Yeah, to a fault actually, far past the point where it's rational for him to be still nice to me. No one ever accused old Che of being rational. That doesn't stop him from trying to be the voice of reason. Good. Actually, I'm sorry. That reminds me. I have to dash. Got some setup work for a project to finish before the sun comes up. Maddie rarely engages in careless shenanigans, so when she's up to something, you best be on your guard. Gasp. But without you here, who will enable my latent alcoholism? You can just reach over the bar and grab the gin tonic in the bar fridge. Will do. Gin and tonic, huh? Come back soon, though. No. Cute. I love to discuss alchemy with you some more. Uh-huh. Catch you later. Wait, one last thing. What was the meaning behind the question about what wine I like? Oh, I was just curious. She was just curious about what wine. Oh, it's the alchemy circle. It's the circle. It's the place. That's the last one, I reckon. Does it have the magic caps in it? I think so. You can just call them caps, you know. They're built for something different. I refuse to use non-specific language. Uh-huh. Yeah, they're in here. Okay, what about the thing? You have to be a little more. Oh, you know. The thing. Sparky thing. Sparky thing. Ashley likes having friends who can understand her even when she fails to be specific. Mood. That is a mood. Electric. Sweetie, how long have you been awake? Is it better for you if you don't know, I think? You'd mean the voltage regulator? That's the one. Good job. It's it's in one of the other boxes. I don't think we need another one though. Are you kidding? The last one literally melted. It's a good thing I have an extremely sig metal arm, otherwise I would have been badly injured. Ashley's prosthetic arm is a point of pride. She wouldn't trade it for anything, not even the arm that it replaced. Aw. Yeah, thank goodness. Is there anything missing? I shall check. Need some espresso? I think I will literally die if I have any more. Hey, that's really mature of you. Nice job. Yeah, whatever. You can get me a chocolate if you want. Don't tell Ashley that chocolate has trace amounts of caffeine. At least not, it's not more espresso. That's true. At least it's not more espresso. Sure thing. Back in a moment. Mm. Oh, hey, dude. Where have you been? Hey, just chilling. Not much to do when you're waiting to die. Hey, come on, Cooper. I know you're hiding down there somewhere. Oh, Lovelace? That's Lovelace. Hold it. Hold this, will you? It's fucking. It's fucking Lovelace. Did Ned really say that? Yeah. Do you believe it? I'm not sure. Well, it's not a lie. The most dangerous lies are the lies we tell ourselves. But it's not the whole truth either. And I don't quite have the time to untangle it for you. Maddie's the sort of person who weave tangled webs without too much consideration for who's going to have to untangle them. I've got a hungry teenager downstairs and a summoning ritual to complete. She's part of this too. Don't you take that judgy tone with me. Hey, far be it from me to moralize at you. Get a lot of that these days, mate. I'm just trying to keep everyone happy. She has a summoning ritual for what, though? Tough gig. I'll say. Mm, oh, shit. Oh, yeah, the milk jugs. Alright, now if you can solder these two wires. No, not those ones. Bloody hell. Who programmed you? Bet she's a jerk. Incredibly intelligent, but a very bad programmer. Ashley has learned how to program exactly the minimum amount she needs to, and not one iota more. You're talking about yourself, right? What? Oh, wow. She threw a fucking knife. Again. You're really out of it, huh? Where'd you even pull this from? Leg holster. You aren't wearing a leg holster. Arm holster. Your prosthetic. It holds 6 million knives. Don't question me on this. I'm the expert here. Mm-hmm. Hey, need a hand? Dude, you should check yourself before you fucking wreck yourself. No, that's not what I meant. Oh. Yeah, yeah, I guess you can help. Damn, girl. Before I ask, what do you need? What are you even doing? Maddie mentioned a summoning circle? Something like that. You ever wanted to live forever? I'd trade that for just having a second chance, honestly. Well, grab me that box, please. You can't just leave that hanging like that. Watch me. And while you watch watch me leave you hanging, you can get the box. Thank you. Yeah, so this is really heavy. What's even in here? 100 meters of heavy gauge copper cable. In a basement full of magical items, the copper wire might be the thing most in danger of being stolen. It's easier to flip at least. Troop time. A bunch of capacitors that I'm going to wire together soon, and some variation bits and bobs. That would definitely explain the weight. Oh, there's also a bunch of clamps. So, what do you need? Validation. Validation, chocolate, coffee. A school system that doesn't punish me for having weird or niche interests. I mean, more, communism. Ashley is a real party girl. Damn, Ashley. I don't think I can get you communism, sorry. And isn't Maddie already getting you chocolate? You're a terrible comrade, Kishin. If I wasn't close to hitting the LD50 of caffeine, I'd ask you for some coffee. So all you can do right now is give me some give me that sweet validation. Okay. Your real thumbs up? Good human? I don't know what sort of validation you want here. I feel like I'm stuck in a loop of trying things that are inevitably going to fail, and I don't know how much of it is my fault for not being good enough at a momentary difficult task. I'm used to I'm used to being effortlessly good at things, but I feel like my brain is full of bees on this one. And can I deal with failure? I don't think I can. I'm not equipped for failure. My entire perception of myself is that I'm good at things. I'm gifted and talented and incredibly afraid that I'm not going to that I'm going to let people down at a vital moment. This is the vital moment. But I just sit here, paralyzed. And I rationally know that a lot of this pressure is just me being hard on myself. But Maddie and we tried this already. And we failed pretty badly. Ooh. Wait, is that how she lost her arm? It was a disaster. Disaster. For Ashley, of all people, to call something a disaster, it must have been a real catastrophe. I can't understand how badly it turned out. So even with all the prep I'm doing, is it enough? Did we learn enough to do it properly? Numbers and formulas are hard science, are good, but I can't shake this feeling that I'm gonna screw it up for everyone. I'm so afraid of letting Maddie down. There are few things we fear more than disappointing the people we love most. Well, that's heavy as shit, mate. You reckon? Oh, yeah. I don't know what to say to that except that I don't think Maddie would ever feel let down by you. I know I've only been here for like 2 days, but her and Chase seem to really care about you. And I'm sure that extends to accepting you for who you are, limitations and all. Though, honestly, I think you give off a pretty strong vibe of not giving a shit about your limitations. Or that you indiscriminately power through them with some sort of raw, caffeinated fueled fury. Anyways, you're immensely powerful, and I'm terrified of you. Mood. Fair enough. I was never really super smart or gifted or anything. Sometimes the people who think they're not gifted were just never made aware of their gifts. Oof, mood. I just floated through school and work and never focused on much except having a good time. I can definitely imagine the sort of pressure you'd have on you, though, especially given how big this task is. Yeah. So while I can't say for sure that this thing is going to be easy or even successful, in the terminal, it can feel like nothing is easy. Even Sunday mornings come with their own set of trials and tribulations. I do not think it's important that you work on giving yourself a break. Oh, I do think it's important that you work on giving yourself a break from the weight of your own expectations. But it's not an easy thing, I'm sure. But my boyfriend is similar. He's very hard on himself when he feels like he's letting himself down. So it doesn't go away? I don't think so. I think it just gets easier to deal with as you learn to be more empathetic to yourself. Self forgiveness and all that. It's often hardest to forgive someone when you're aware of all of their flaws. It definitely took me a good few years to even begin to be able to deal with this self imposed shame. Hmm. I guess I can try that. You can try that, or you can continue feeling super bad about yourself all the time. I mean, when you put it like that, right? I hate how rational you sound. I know, I know. I'm disgusted at myself. Oh, there's Maddie. What's up, nerds? What's going on this thread? What? You're suddenly in a good mood. I maybe ate some of your chocolate. Maybe Maddie ate some chocolate. Maybe your ass is green. Oh, I swear to God, if there isn't any left. Yes, we've been over this before. You'll comprehensively murderize me. Oh, it says Ashley's on it. You'd hate it if someone failed to be comprehensive when they went about murderizing you. You'd seen them incomplete murderizing attempts and they ain't pretty. I love how this says Ashley's. Don't worry, I only know a little bit. Excellent. Is this enhanced chocolate or just normal chocolate? What about unenhanced dark chocolate? Where does that fall on the normal abnormal chocolate spectrum? Does he deserve to know? I don't know. Kind of like the mystery. It's completely normal chocolate, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe not. Can I have some then? Come on, you owe me. For what? Helping you set up all this. True. True, she does. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Her hand looks so cool. This is totally normal chocolate. Yeah? Did you expect it to not be that? Well, you implied. We never implied. You came up with that one all on your own. I. Damn it. Alright, I'm bored. Later, dorks. Don't you run off on me, miss. This magic crap bank isn't even half done. I'll do it later. For now, I'm gonna go take a nap under that table. If anyone disturbs me. Come on. You'll be happy? Confused? Ticklish? Extra hungry? I will mention me in your diary? Maddie doesn't keep a diary. All those thoughts and memories just stay cooped up in her head. One day she's going to run out of space for sanity. I will exact terrible revenge on both of you later. Jeez, that phrase definitely doesn't start with an M. Ugh, bye. She just fucking rolls under the table. Oh my god, that was cute. Uh, I'm not being too hard on her, am I? You? Nah, she thinks you're great. Good. I could probably stand to give her a break, though. There are a few people who appreciate a break more than Ashley, especially when it's a break from Maddie. mm, I mean, just, I'm expecting a lot from her right now. She does seem a little overloaded. Fuck. But she'd tell me if things were too much, right? I don't know. It seems like she idolizes you. Idolarity Idolatry? Idolatry is a sin, isn't it? It can't be a healthy behavior. I don't fucking know how to pronounce that shit. I reckon she pretty happily burned herself out for you, you know? I just need her for the next 4 or 5 hours and everything will be okay. Is that when you're planning on performing the ritual? This thing? Yeah. What was it for anyway? Conduit ritual. Super forbidden magic. Oh, cool. Are you actually cool with this or not hugely exactly? Why is that? Well, I was talking to Ned earlier and actually don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't care. Hmm. What's it do? You know how I took a couple hours from you down here? Vividly? This is just a bigger scale version of that spell. Higher capacity. Who are you taking hours from? Nobody. Don't worry about it. You're at a deficit already. When you get deep enough into the hole, you kind of stop worrying about climbing out of it and just accept your fate. Damn. I can't touch you. Right. Okay. So even if you're lying right now, shouldn't you have taken enough to pay off your debt multiple times at this point? The hours weren't for that. Or maybe it was just it just felt like hours. It can be hard to judge time when you're just wandering around aimlessly. What the hell did you do with them then? Where'd they go? Girl? Girl, what are these hours for? For our research, we used the following materials: wire of copper heavily drawn, jasmine chalk no dover, sustained electrical supply of at least 20 volts, car battery, capacitors composed of blank need durability. However, we believe extra components are required. Our conduit's properties vary within the layout of our summoning circle, and despite the departure of our test subject during our trials, we were able to ascertain a number of efficiently orientated refinements. Certain kinds of optimization required to a real dedication to craft, as well as the absolute necessity of a living but non-sentient vessel to act as a so-called storage container. More testing is required, though obtaining a willing subject for future methodology evaluations without attracting the attention of the council will be difficult, to say the least. I stored them. Hmm? Is that what this is? Is that what the tree is? All those hours are in this tree. She put in the tree. What the fuck is what? Distract Distracting you was obviously part of the plan. Okay. Oh my god. It's the babies again. What's your diet like? I remember sushi. Sushi? I thought you said you were a crab. What do you think, crabs aren't dexterous enough to make sushi? Unquestionably, yes. What is a sushi? It's delicious, is what it is. Rice and fish and seaweed, humans eat it. And crabs. I just don't know where a crab would find rice or a way to make good sushi. I also ate garbage. Yes, I also eat garbage on occasion. Unbelievable, you two. Unbelievable. Garbage is good for the soul. Garbage is garbage. It's in the name. What what did you eat when you were alive then? Grass. Just normal grass. Boring. And tree roots sometimes. There are tree roots here, yes. Yeah, there are. Why don't you chomp on them? Well, I'm not hungry. We don't eat. And also, more importantly, they are powerful, magical. Maddie needs them. If we damage things that Maddie needs, then Ashley will be disappointed in us. A suboptimal state of affairs. I can feel the power in them too. However, I do not feel compelled to chomp on them. What a strange thought. Love to chomp. Chomp sushi, chomp sandwiches, chomp garbage. You're so weird. Jesus Christ, it's so beautiful watching them. Eh, eh. Yep. Is it raining? Make your creator proud. You can now speak to Samantha to experience the side story Devil's Den. Huh. Oh. A letter from Sophie Cordova. Ashley's Images 2. Fate of Icarus. Something Down Under. What else is there? 10. Carry 10. Okay. Let's go here. Ashley's Inventions 2. Ashley's original idea is Do Not Steal, Floor Sweeper. My last experiment with the Kitchen Assistant version 1 was a big success. If you measure success in how quickly I was able to pulverize things generally, it throws objects at the ceiling. Technique does not work for pulverizing carrots or celery for salads, but it is very good at pulverizing halogen lamp bulbs. This made me think about how much better it would be if the floor were self-cleaning. Ashlings can sweep up a bit, but usually all they do is move dust around, and it's hard to get them to actually collect debris and put them into the trash. If the entire floor were covered with air jets, any small bits of debris that dropped onto the floor would get quickly whisked away toward a corner where a vacuum or something could suck them up into a disposal chute. Having a bunch of air jets would require a lot of power to run. But air isn't the only fluid that can be used to carry dirt and dust and broken shards of the halogen lamp bulbs. Water can also possibly do the trick. The issue is that water would damage the floor. Ripping up the wooden floorboards and pouring concrete would solve that problem. But and we could mold the concrete in a way that's the shape directed the water towards the drain in the floor. That would mean no more need to sweep. We could just hose down the entire cafe at the end of the day and it would drain itself. Then it would be dry by morning. It's actually a really good idea that doesn't require any special equipment or specialized hardware once the floor is installed. I should copyright that idea and make sure that nobody steals it. Update. After several days of calling the Australian Copy Council, I finally talked to a person who told me that what I wanted to cover inventions is a patent, not a copyright. After several more days of trying to contact the patent office, I was told that someone already used my idea. I wonder if it's possible to sue someone for stealing your idea before you came up with it. It's pretty unfair. That I'm not able to patent an idea just because I'm too young to have had the idea before someone else claimed it. Knife Retriever V2. Previously, I discarded the idea of using a large electromagnet to retrieve the knife that was lodged in the ceiling. My research has led me to believe that the knife in the ceiling is actually stainless steel, which contains iron. Iron is ferromagnetic, which is weird because you think the only ferro would be ferromagnetic, but I guess iron is too. Also, I was able to find a gas power generator that could supply enough power to run the electromagnet for a short period of time, so I don't need to worry about circuit breakers. It requires a lot of gas, but luckily getting the knife down only requires running the electromagnet for a short period of time. I created the electromagnet by spooling a power cable through a piece of iron. The good news is that the electromagnet is great at pulling knives from where they are. The bad news is that it pulled all the knives from the drawers that were within a meter of it when I turned it on. Also, the knife in the ceiling wasn't affected because it was too far away. I looked up and the magnetic attraction follows the inverse cube law. I'm not sure what the opposite of a cube is. Maybe it's a sphere? But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that objects further away aren't pulled as strong by the magnet. Beseech your 5,000. BC. Beaky. Be- After my lack of success with knife retriever version 2, I asked Che for help and he lifted me up so I was able to pull the knife from the ceiling. He asked how long it had been up there and I said, not long. And he said, more than a day. And I said, oh, it wasn't up for a day, which is technically true. I'm glad that asking Che for help succeeded, but I think in the future there needs to be a way to automate the process of asking Che for help. I think I need to create a robot with speech capabilities that is capable of asking for favors. Then I could have the robot ask favors on my behalf. I think this is a good idea because usually when people ask someone for a favor, then you owe them a favor afterward. But if we're a robot asking you for a favor, then the robot would owe the favor, not you. Then the person who asked the robot to do them a favor and the robot would say, sorry, I'm only capable of talking to people, not doing tasks. Then, if the person asked the robot to ask you for a favor, the robot would say, I'm sorry, my battery is running low, and then it would self destruct. It would be expensive to build new robots every time you ask for another favor, but it would be better than having to owe someone a bunch of favors after they helped you. Ashley, that is such a convoluted way to go around things. The fate of Icarus. The first thing Che noticed when he entered Ashley's workshop was that her workbench was not in its usual place. It had been pushed up against the wall. The second thing he noticed was that Ashley was sitting on the bench, her back slumped against the wall, evidently still feeling the effects of the caffeine crush. Hey, said Ashley, but her eyes didn't move up to meet his. That wasn't like Ashley. She usually greeted people with their eyes before greeting them with her voice. Hey, kiddo. You doing okay? I'm okay if feeling tired and icky and yet somehow unable to rest is okay. My mind is still amped up and unable to do anything productive. Why do I feel like this? Is this my life now? Am I going to be okay? Jay stepped up to Ashley's workbench and seated himself next to her. I'd tell you to relax, but it sounds like you're already trying and failing. So maybe it's okay to be amped up and also tired? It, it's kind of the worst. To be tired but also incapable of resting. Tired but also incapable of resting described how he felt on most days, in that becoming such a familiar part of his condition that he forgot what it was like to be young, to have the kind of energy that Ashley always seemed to be brimming with. I think you'll have to get used to that, kiddo. I think you're just getting an early taste of what being an adult is like. That's not reassuring at all. I feel like this every day. If you came here to comfort me, you're doing a terrible job. Che frowned. He always considered himself a good teacher, but he came to learn that mentioning something required skills beyond simply teaching them a skill. When it came to comforting people in times of crisis, he always seemed to manage to find the right words. On day to day matters, however, well, I think I spent a lot of days feeling how you're feeling right now, but luckily this will pass for you. And look at it this way. You've learned something today, didn't you? Yes. Maddie is in possession of powerful potions that can yield devastating effects, and she disguises them under innocent sounding names like espresso. Che nodded prompting her, and more a nod prompting her to continue then to display approval. But also you have a terrible bedside manner. Well, but you weren't forced to drink the coffee, were you? No, I did that to myself. Is that what you wanted me to say? You were right, Shay. I tried something new for the first time and now I get to spend the rest of my life regretting it. Try a few hours. I'm pretty sure the will wear off as soon as you recover from the caffeine crash. After that, hopefully, it will be confined in a part of your brain that hesitates just a little bit when you're tempted to ask for a third or fourth espresso shot. Ashley, continue looking straight ahead. Point remains, trying new things can be hazardous to your health. Actions have consequences, and the consequences can feel real bad. She opened her mouth and made a noise that was halfway between a gasp and a yawn, like someone who had too much carbon dioxide in their bloodstream and didn't know how to correct the problem without making a face that resembled a fish. Thanks for the lesson, Jay. I'm never going to try ingesting anything new ever again. Jay frowned again and tried his best to course correct back to something that resembled a useful lesson. That's nice and all, but I don't think that avoiding new and novel drinks is going to protect you from ever encountering harm again. Right, which is why I'm not limiting it to drinks. No new foods. I've got a decent enough palate anyway. I think I'm good sticking to the same dozen or so meals for the rest of my life. Jay looked at Ashley and hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure what words of wisdom he could impart to the girl, but he was pretty sure the words weren't the only way to get someone out of a slump. Ooh, yeah. Ashley, stand up. He stood up himself for fear of looking unwilling to follow his own advice. Why? Because you can. I can't. All the more reason to stand up. You can stand up to prove that you can, and if you can't, well, that's good to know too. Ashley groaned and twisted, so she was lying down on the bench. Che was about to object, but then she started rolling off the workbench and plopped onto the floor. Ouch. She watched Ashley, not reaching down to offer her hand. If she was capable of saying ouch, she was capable of asking for help if she needed it. Several painful moments later, Ashley lifted herself off the floor and shuffled backward until she was leaning against the wall next to her workbench. See, you thought you couldn't stand, but you can. Hooray for me, I'm overjoyed, she said in a tone that was clearly far from overjoyed. You can sit down if you like to, said Chase, sensing the standing was actually a non-trivial feat for Ashley at this moment. She hopped back onto her workbench, but this time she perched at the edge with her legs hanging over the edge, rather than slumped back with her back against the wall, like she had been when he first walked in. That was a good sign. I don't want one bad experience to kill your sense of adventure. Look at where my sense of adventure got me, Che. I flew too close to the sun, and now that I'm on the surface of the sun, the lights are all bright, and I feel hot and tingly all over, and I feel tired, like it's summer all the time, and I really don't like it. I'm just like Icarus. That's not how the story of Icarus goes, though, isn't it? Icarus didn't fly to the sun. His journey was limited to our atmosphere. He just got too close to the sun, and his wings melted. Ashley raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that what happened? Now, the part at the beginning of the story where his dad tells him not to fly too close to the sun or his wings will melt makes a lot more sense. It's classic foreshadowing. You're forgetting a part of the story, though. Icarus' father told him not to fly too high or the sun would melt his wings. But he also said not to fly too low when crossing the seas or his wings would get wet and he would sink and drown. Oh, so Icarus flying high was actually brilliant. His wings melted, but he managed to avoid drowning. Ashley's voice was still monotone, but she was leaning forward. Well, no. He still drowned because after his wings melted, he crashed into the sea. Wow. Ashley gave a nod of acknowledgement. Same result. So the moral of the story is that you're doomed no matter what you do. No, he drowned. Before he drowned, he soared. Mm-hmm. Story still ends with him drowning. Every story ends with a death in some way, Ashley. The question isn't whether you will die or not. The question is, before you die, will you take the opportunity to see just how high you can fly? Wow. Just like so. Is there another one here? Okay, there's that one and that one. Okay. Something down under. Come on. I wanted to show you something. For a moment, on thought of grabbing Hannah by the hand to lead her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Something about the idea of holding her hand seemed simultaneously too childish and too immature for him to try this early in night. Or were you talking to me? Said Hannah. Someplace cool, said Ton. He located the ladder leading down to the lower levels and gestured to it. After you. And now you're asking me to be the first one to jump into the gaping maw of whatever monsters might be lurking down there? Hannah shook her head ruefully. Where have all the gentlemen gone? Tuan smirked. I think a gentleman might say ladies first, and I think a lady might say I'll stand quietly behind while you deal with this street ruffian. Go ahead, barrel face first into danger. I'll follow behind. Well, said Tuan, technically I'm going feet first, going down vertically and all that. My head is actually the last part of me that will be arriving on the lower level. Are you going to keep standing here bantering, or are we going to show me whatever's down there? Said Hannah. You seem enthused by the idea only a few moments ago. I guess I got distracted by your cattiness. Hannah got on the ladder on top of Tuan. Don't look up. Trust me, you won't get the show you're expecting if you do. Fine. Tuan descended the ladder, keeping his gaze decently horizontal. After arriving on the level below, he studied his feet until Hannah landed beside him. Hannah joined him in studying his feet. Oh, please, don't tell me you're one of those freaks who's obsessed with sneakers. Nah, just the kind who finds the sight of his own shoelaces a safe distraction from whatever he's trying to avoid looking at. Oh, good. Did you hear about the brawl in Darwin? No. Well, it was actually Darwin, California. These international news sites always try to sucker me into reading stories about what's happening in America. Anyways, nobody was hospitalized, but several kids walked away from that store with black eyes to show their friends. I can understand the collectibles are a big deal, but come on, we live in a society. I don't think I'll ever understand sneakerheads. Wait, that's actually a thing, said Tom. Yeah, you didn't know about it? It's a really big, big and hip with youngsters. I guess I don't pay very close attention to the behavior of hip youngsters. Well, that was evident from the moment I laid eyes on you. But you seem adventurous enough. Maybe one day you'll encounter one of them. On that note, what are we going to see? Tom led Hannah to one of the portholes of the room they were in. Look at this. Whoa. That is indeed a porthole. No, I mean, what's on the other side? Yup. That certainly is water on the other side of that porthole. Hold on, said Tuan. There's supposed to be a trail buff. Or what? I don't want to spoil the surprise, said Tuan. Well, you have effectively replaced my awe and wonder of seeing the sea through a porthole in the basement of a Melbourne cafe with a feeling of disappointment that I am not seeing whatever it is I'm supposed to be seeing. Tuan checked several of the other portholes. This is weird. It's usually the sound of something landing behind them caused Tuan and Hannah to spin around. Face the ladder they've just climbed down. A girl with twin tails stood up from a crouching stance and dusted herself off. Did you just jump down? Yep. It's only 10 meters. And to think that we wasted our time climbing down the ladder like schmucks. So, Tuan stood gawking at the girl for a few moments. Sorry, I don't remember your name. I'm Ashley. I guess turnabout is a fair play because I don't remember your names either. It's Ton and I'm Hannah. You two know each other? Hannah said to Ton as she pointed at Ashley. Yeah, we know each other so well that we greet each other by asking each other what our names are. That's a great greeting ritual. We should try to popularize it, normalize introducing yourself by name, even to the people you met before. I bet it would save some people from a lot of awkwardness. Not everyone is good with names. That's a great idea. I'm going to start by doing that. Hannah shot a glance at Ton and he grinned. So, what are you doing down here? Said Hannah. Here to kick us out? A no patron zone? No, it's no problem, but I was eavesdropping. Ton's eyes widened and he looked at Hannah, but Hannah seemed to be more amused and upset at Ashley's appearance. And it sounded like you weren't seeing what you wanted to be seeing, so I thought I'd come down and take you lower. Oh, where am I being taken now? About 1,000 fathoms is where things start to get interesting, said Ashley. How much is 1,000 fathoms? Said Hannah. It's about 1,800 meters. Sounds like a lot of climbing. Guess I should brought a better ladder climbing shoes. That sounds like a laminate of non-sneakerhead, said Ton. Oh, no need to climb. Just hang on a sec. Ashley walked to the panel of several mechanical levers, and after several moments, the water outside the porthole began changing hue. What was that? Said Hannah. Swordfish. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was a snailfish. I'm pretty sure you just made that up. Nah, really. They're a marlin, and they have a long bill like a swordfish, but they also have a broad erect dorsal fin. If you had left the word erect out of that sentence, I might have believed you. No, he's probably right. I've seen him down here with marine biology books. He's a huge nerd, so I definitely trust his word over mine. Well, I'm glad that's settled. The part about you being a nerd, I mean. I think the snailfish with an erect dorsal fin still sounds kind of sketchy to me. Eventually, the room stopped descending, and Hannah looked outside the porthole. Now I see what you were excited about. There's a lot of stuff going on down here. Hey, nerd boy, what's this one called? Fawn tried to follow Hannah's pointing finger. Which one are you pointing at? That shark looking thing. It looks like it's as big as a whale. Oh, that's a whale shark. Whale shark. I love whale sharks. See? I knew you were just making up names. No, that one's right. That's one of the few ones I know because it's so easy to remember. It's a cross between a whale and a shark. Whale shark. So, this is the level of the ocean where interspecies romance happens. There isn't actually any whale DNA in the whale shark. It's just that it has that name because of its size. It's the largest known species of fish. Hannah shook her head. First, it's a whale shark, then it's just a shark, and now it's a fish. Ton. The thing you need to know about making stuff up is that you need to stick to one version of the story. Sharks are fish, said Ton. You didn't know that? They have gills. I'm kind of surprised you didn't know. I don't think you're the one who should be surprised by all of this. Everything that you've shown me down here is thoroughly weird. Me not knowing what sharks are fish, that seems normal to me. Hey, Ashley, did you know that sharks are fish? Nope. This is my first time hearing it too. Must be another made up Twan fact about marine biology. Twan shrugged his shoulders. I guess so. The truth is that I'm really creative and good at making up so called facts. The part about me being a nerd who spends all his time studying marine biology must be a lie. No, I still believe that part. Me too. The trio stood for a moment, wavering between looking at the porthole and looking at each other. The awkwardness hit just a few seconds before Ashley spoke up. Anyway, I figured this is where you wanted to hang out, so here you go, 2,000 fathoms. Give me a holler if you want to go deeper. Hey, Striker, welcome back. You're home, yeah. There's a hole in the ceiling. Oh, shit. The fish. Samantha sat alone at the bar, taking occasional sips from the glass of gin. She wasn't sure that tonight was the night she really wanted to be drinking, but the comfort familiarity of the gin kept her raising the glass to her lips. The drink didn't sit well with her stomach, but each sip left her feeling warm, and with each sip, the knot in her stomach seemed to become less and less noticeable, and she kept drinking. The green bottle had become something of a friend over the years, and with it she shared a kind of friendship born not out of the sort of affection so much as one of familiarity and convenience. Drinking the Tonkari neat took her back to the first apartment she lived in after moving from her hometown in New Mexico to parts of Melbourne that bordered the docks, the same apartment where she discovered that liquor was vastly cheaper when bought by the bottle than it was bought by the glass in the sitting of a bar, and where she learned that the cinnamon and coriander gave the gin enough flavor without needs for mixers. The Tanqueray was her coming of age drink, and consequently, she enjoyed a private relationship with it. Most of the alcohol she consumed in the past year had been on the job, but gin was something that she kept hidden away at her home for the private moments when it was only her, a green bottle, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Samantha emptied the glass and for a moment continued to hold the empty glass up to her mouth, looking down her nose at the bottom of the glass as if Oi, Lilith! Oh my god, hey Lily! Hi Lily! Hi, hi! Thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh. It's Lilith. Hi, welcome readers. Welcome in. If you guys do not know me, my name is Six. I am a raccoon from a different dimension that dabbles in magic, the fun stuff. But hi Lilith, how was your stream today? What were you streaming? Exactly. Let me see what you're streaming. The Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Oh my god. Ow, my arm. I had a shot today. So I just touched the shot spot and it hurt. Hi Lilith. Hi readers. Welcome in. If you guys have to do anything post raid, like go get food, go get water, or like sleep, go ahead and do that. If not, have fun lurking or ask me things. I don't know. You all so much tea. There's drama, so much tea, but I do gotta run. I'll be lurking. Yeah, you go do that, Lily. Do your thing. Take care of yourself. No, but you all just missed a wonderful hour, almost hour long rant about New Moon. That I was talking about with everybody. Oh, looking water. Yes, Lily don't need the water. I asking God for a sign that this was time to stop drinking. She had no intention of stopping, but she figured it was worth giving the everlasting a chance to interact if she interdict if she was transgressing by drinking so heavily. No, I hate words that are so big right now. No divine intervention came to stop her from raising her hand to signal Maddie for another drink. There was a small throbbing inside her ears that seemed to think it was a bad idea, but she was sure that this was a result of hearing damage and not the voice of God ringing in her ears. She was fairly sure that she didn't believe in God, but something about her Catholic upbringing kept her occasionally checking in just to confirm that her suspicions that there wasn't any upstairs judging her on her hedonism. Still, if there was any time or place for to question her lack of belief in God, a cafe that seemed to exist in the borderland between life and death seemed as good of a place as any to do it. Her mother had told her that it was only by the grace of God that she walked the earth, and if it wasn't a force of God that kept this cafe's doors open, it was certainly something otherworldly. Spook. How many beanbag chairs? Okay. Blah, blah, blah. This one. A letter from Sophie. Dear Maddie, thank you for getting in touch with me, or perhaps I should say congratulations. I make such a point of making myself hard to find that it's always a surprise to hear from anyone. I sometimes find myself fearing the day when I'll be contacted by someone who isn't a fan of mine and who is more interested in locking me away than seeking my advice. One might think that people interested in putting me away would be more capable and in possession of more resources than those like yourself who simply possess curiosity. And yet, it's always the latter who manage to break through the veil I've erected between myself and the outside world. You're the first in over 3 years to manage this, and so it is now time for me to find another hiding place. If your next letter manages to find me, I'll truly have something to worry about. If you're looking for a solution to the problem you outlined in your letter, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My business is that of teaching people how to ask the right questions so that they can find the answers themselves, not give the answers. After all, the most worthwhile answers are the ones I haven't found yet. That being said, your question about time transference is an issue of special interest to me. The idea of storing vitality within a living, non sentient creature, such as a plant, is one that I have long considered. The issue has always been one of retrieval. If you did find a way to transfer vitality from a plant into a sentient creature, it would result in a tremendous discharge of energy. Such a great discharge that I'm sure it would kill whatever subject was on the receiving end. Absorbing life force from something doesn't seem that it would do you much good if it kills you in the process. Consequently, if I've never experimented with the process myself, even if I have earned a reputation for being a rule breaker, there are certain things that are simply off limits. Your idea of using a non living soul as the target for transference is an interesting one. No risk of killing the vitality recipient if it's already dead. Of course, that would require finding a way to infuse a non-living soul with vitality in the first place. And being that most reanimation techniques involve a significant discharge of energy, using the vitality transfer as the trigger would effectively be killing two birds with one stone. Of course, reanimation is a far cry from necromancy, but if your own problem is one of living on borrowed time, well, you know better than I do how to resolve the particulars. I'm an alchemist, not a necromancer. If I can offer you one piece of advice, these kinds of vitality transfers are not something to be experimented with. Any time that time is borrowed or lent, you are making an alteration to a ledger that the powers that be keep a very careful eye on. Even the smallest of disturbances is enough to attract their notice, and attracting their notice will put a quick end to any research you might be in the midst of. So, if you're going to try a vitality transference, don't experiment. Go straight for the end goal. If you're going to catch the attention of those whose attention you do not want, make sure that the endeavor is worthwhile. If you have a good reputation, it would be a shame to squander it on something so trivial as allowing a mouse a few extra seconds on the side of mortality. As they say, go big or go home. I appreciate your taking the time to write to me. You've gotten me new things to pontificate on, and perhaps one day you may see the results of the pontification in one of my future volumes. Of course, it should go without saying that you won't be able to reach me again, at least not the same way you did before. I've been found, and that means I need to do a better job of covering my tracks. While I rationally hope that I'll never find myself in a position where a fan's letter finds me, there is always a part of me that hopes that one of my readers will manage to track me down. Who knows? Perhaps the next letter I receive at my residence will come from you. But I'm sure that you have better things to do with your time than try and track me down. There is a time to adopt the posture of a student and focus on learning, but it's obvious to me that you are someone who has spent plenty of time learning things and is now ready to do things. So do things, Maddie. Do big things, do dangerous things, do things that break the rules. Not all rules need to be broken, but if you're smart enough to find me, you're smart enough to know which rules are worth breaking. I'm grateful that it's always the reader's mail that seems to find me and never the demand to appear before some kind of tribunal or committee. I used to think that this was a long string of extremely good luck on my part, but over time I've come to realize that those who wish me gone lack the insight of the people who earnestly read my work, readers such as yourselves, who are not the only ones who truly know me well enough to understand how I think and where I would hide. Bravo, Maddie. You've demonstrated your ability to think like me. Now you must learn to think like yourself. Yours truly, Sophie Cordova. Oh my gosh. She found the lady. Now she's going to go hide again. Cafe. Oh, sweet. Fisherman 2, Billiards 1. Oh my god. It's the. Damn. It's Twan and Hannah. Walking to the sky. These are side quests. And then if I go down here, Samantha should be here, right? Yeah, there she is. Wait, who are you? Oh my god, he's the lawful evil? That guy's lawful evil, right? Yeah. Oh god, it's these guys. Ugh. Oh god, it's them. I don't even know who this guy is. All I know is that's Samantha. Okay, okay. There's Maddie. Side quests. Alright, let's see where I'm at right now. Arena is distracting you is absolutely part of the plan. Ritual, ghosts, are unusual haunts, double shot, long back. This is from Act 1, Walking to the Sky. Act 2 is Rainy Moons. Ritual! Yeah, let's go, Maddie. Oh my god, it's almost 5. Okay. It's 4:21. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Day 2, 10 p.m. The terminal. Hello? What was that? I said, can I get 2 lattes? Yeah, sure thing. You want those takeaway or not? Over here, please. You gotta take a seat, I'll bring it over. Che, are you good, man? Oh, crap. You're alright, mate? Yeah, all good. I should really get Ashley to do this. Sorry, what? Nothing, just talking to myself. Alright. Where's the broom? Ashley, where's the broom? Wait, did she use it for like an experiment again? Ashley. Oh, I need a hand. Come help me. Come on, I gotta find a broom. Girl. Atta girl. She's got the broom. She's got the fucking broom. She's got the broom. No, that is one solid broom. That's a solid broom. Oof. Mood. I don't know. Was there a knife there? Don't let her be around knives. Hey, are any of your friends around? There's a knife. Take the knife from the child, Che. Probably. Oh, there it is. Oh. When did you teach them to do that? I didn't. That one's just weird. Uh-huh. How are you doing, kiddo? Sleep deprivation kicking in. Sometimes I feel like nobody ever sleeps in this cafe except Keishan. He has slept a lot while he's been here, hasn't he? It's because you keep getting him drunk. What? I haven't done that once. No, you. Not you. You. I mean, you. So, not me at all, but Maddie and Ned got you. Mm-hmm. Spriggans, you're telling me. How's Maddie doing? Well, she's just getting him drunk. Oh, right. She's doing her necromancy spell. Insert rate message here. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in, Kiso. How close are you to being done? Fairly close. I'm not super worried about getting it done without Ashley either. Rad. Anyway, what were you saying? Oh, just that I think I understand everything now, and that's all. Well, I appreciate your restraint to not generously supply me with your moral take on it. No worries, don't want to be that guy. Dang, I'm actually gonna miss you once you're gone. Wow, are those some honest feelings coming from you? Doth thy itchy doth that icy facade crack? Does Maddie seem like the kind of person who hides behind the mask? The correct word here is dost, and please don't make me take it back. I guess you really got this whole boatman of the river Styx thing, huh? If you ever find yourself on a river Styx, be sure to give the boatman or the barista a friendly wave. Is that what you think I am? Yeah, kind of. Interesting. Do you not feel that way? I don't know if the metaphor is accurate, but I can see why you draw parallels, but this place serves more as an entrance. You don't have to come here on your way to the next place, but it's on the route for sure. Just a stopping point on the highway to hell. I'm sorry, we don't allow AC/DC references in here anymore. Maddie wouldn't admit to it, wouldn't admit to anyone, but she once spent an entire day listening to Back in Black on repeat. Well, I tried. Well, or less on a highway and more of an embrocher of the Empyrean. Real. Or real. Damn. If you want to get real fancy with the wording, that is an entrance to heaven. Very roughly speaking, yeah. But hell, I haven't seen the other side, so I can't even say that for sure. I'm fairly certain there's something here there, though, which I do not know. I can take comfort in that, I guess. I can take comfort in that, I guess. Oh, and speaking of comfort, how are you feeling? Like every particle in my body is slowly moving away from every other particle in my body. That was rather eloquent. Expressing your feelings eloquently doesn't make them more valid, but it can make them easier for other people to understand. What use is feeling pain if you can't find a fun way to describe it? Day 2, 11 p.m. to terminal. Oh my god, Ashley. Bookmarks. I'm gonna save this bookmark. Yeah. Ghosts. Oh yeah, because I did that. Okay. It has been almost 5 hours. Okay. It's been almost 5 hours. I should